event experts over the last couple years. I'm so proud of what we all have been able to accomplish despite the challenges. As we emerge from the pandemic, we hope to bring light, hope, and joy so that we can all renew, recover, and rise together. We are committed to keeping Pistahan tradition alive, to keep us connected even if we are apart. We want to salute and honor all of the Filipino healthcare and essential workers who sacrifice so much to keep us all safe. We also stand in solidarity with the larger community to fight all forms of discrimination and injustice and to stop Asian hate. And now, on with the show. In addition to world-class performances, Pistahan this year will feature some inspirational and fascinating people, including Chef Cocoy Ventura from Isabela, Philippines, Mary Jane Alvaro Almadi from Dubai, Dennis Barella from Madrid, and the original OG, Rex Navarrete. To kick off the 28th annual Pistahan, we have Ms. Lea Salonga and Leon Paula. And live from San Francisco, Pistahan!
Magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mang-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say that that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
What's up, everybody? Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Ako si Aaron, ang MC nyo na yung umaga. It's so excited to be here. Welcome to the second consecutive virtual Pistahan Parade Festival here live at the Dynamico Space in San Francisco, California. I'm your MC, and this is Parade Hour. We're currently live streaming on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Kumu. Shout out to all y'all in the chat. Make sure you guys keep commenting. Make sure you guys post the link, share the link, at us, at Pistahan SF. Make sure you guys put that out there. We also want to give a special shout out to our sponsors. This parade hour has been brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Thank you so much, Ceremony Ford, for all your partnership through all the years. We love you at Ceremony Ford. Thank you for your support. Let's get right to start off with our introductions here for the Pistahan Parade Marshals. Each year, the Pistahan Parade Executive Team nominates and chooses individuals that exemplify our values and our theme for the year, which is this year, Renew, Recover, and Rise Together. That's Renew, Recover, and Rise Together. Please welcome with me the 2021 Parade Grand Marshals, Consul General Neil Ferrer, and Doctors Michelle and Rochelle Tinitigan. Let's hear what they have to say.
Magandang araw. Ferrer, Consul General of the Philippines in San Francisco, and I am honored and grateful to serve as this year's Parade Community Grand Marshal. On behalf of the Philippine Consulate General in San Francisco, I am happy to welcome all of you to this virtual celebration of the 28th Annual Pistahan Parade Festival. We are pleased to celebrate Pistahan and showcase our vibrant Philippine culture and heritage despite the challenges brought about by the pandemic. I wish to thank Mr. Al Perez, President of the Filipino American Arts Exposition, and the Pistahan Parade Festival team and its core of dedicated volunteers for continuing the Pistahan tradition. Despite the challenges, this virtual celebration has enabled us to reach more Filipinos, not just in the San Francisco Bay Area, but also anywhere else in the world where there is internet. The theme of this year's Pistahan Festival is Renew, Recover, and Rise Together. It speaks of the resiliency of Filipinos in the face of many challenges. Based on estimates, there are over 12 million Filipinos living abroad. In our consular jurisdiction alone in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, there are over 1 million Filipinos. Many of them work in the front lines, helping save lives and enabling us to recover and rise together from the pandemic. Despite the ongoing challenges, Filipinos are thankful for many milestones this year. We commemorate the 500th anniversary of the Philippine part in the first circumnavigation of the world. We honor our first hero, Lapu-Lapu, who defeated Ferdinand Magellan in what is now known as the Battle of Mactan. We also celebrate the quincentennial of the introduction of Christianity in the Philippines. As Filipinos, we are proud of having our first ever Olympic gold medal since 1924, when the Philippines first competed in the Olympic Games. Thank you and congratulations to Filipino weightlifter Aileen Diaz for bringing honor to our country. This year's Pistahan celebration also coincides with the 75th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and the United States. The friendship between our two countries has been strengthened by people-to-people relations, especially through the efforts of organizations like Filipino American Arts Exposition that work to foster greater understanding among peoples and cultures. We are grateful for platforms like the Pistahan, so that younger Filipino Americans and the rest of the Filipino diaspora can know more about and value what our Philippine culture and heritage brings. It is also our hope that a deeper understanding of different cultures will bring about a sense of inclusion and harmony among people. I wish to thank everyone again who make the Pistahan possible year after year. Together, let us continue to celebrate our humanity and our Philippine culture. Let us enjoy the wonderful presentations of Pistahan. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay.
Dr. Michelle Tinatigan. I practice family medicine at Kaiser Permanente, San Francisco.
And I'm Dr. Rochelle Tinatigan. I also practice family medicine at Kaiser Permanente in San Francisco. We are both proud to be the Parade Community Grand Marshal for the 28th Pistahan Virtual Parade and Festival. And we want to thank the Pistahan Committee for this great honor. We are also proud that Kaiser Permanente has sponsored this outstanding cultural event for over a decade.
As twin sisters and healthcare professionals, it's an honor to represent healthcare frontliners, healthcare professionals who are directly dealing with patients who have been impacted by the COVID-19 virus. We acknowledge the frontline healthcare workers and thank them for all they do. Salamat po.
Also, as we continue to get closer to beating COVID-19, my sister and I would like to encourage everyone to take the appropriate precautions to help protect themselves, their loved ones, and others in the community.
We encourage you to please follow the advice of your local health departments when it comes to wearing masks and social distancing.
We're happy to say we are both vaccinated, which again helps protect our patients, loved ones, and the community. If you're looking for information on how to get vaccinated too, please visit kp.org/COVID-vaccine or contact your local, county, or state health department or your personal doctor for more information.
Remember, it's important to protect our lolos, lolas, nanays, tatays, mga anak natin,
ang aming pamilya and mga kaibigan. Let's do our part in the fight against COVID-19.
We encourage people to stay healthy and safe.
Remember, we're in this together.
Mabuhay and happy Pistahan!
All right, thank you so much to our parade grand marshals for the 2021 Parade Festival Hour, our Consul General Neil Ferrer, and Drs. Michelle and Rochelle Tinitigan. Thank you so much for all that you've done for us here and even greater for the greater Filipino community. You know, we are so excited about all the things that have happened in the past and what we're doing this year, and we put together a little video to give you some memories and to get you excited about what we're doing today. Let's take a look at that video right now.
28 years. Though some years are tougher than others, we come from a line of legends that are unbelievably resilient. So we've adapted. We smile through the everyday challenges that life brings. We're motivated by our pride to show off the unique culture that makes us who we are. It's time to get to know the Filipino people. Our art, our creativity, our food, our dance, our heritage. Unity is strength. When there's teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. Mga kababayan, let's renew, recover, and rise together. This is the virtual Pistahan Parade and Festival.
I'm super excited about what we have lined up for today and for the entire Pistahan Weekend 2021. We are going to have a great time. We're just getting started, and to get us started right, I'm gonna bring in the reigning, defending, 112 weight champion, volunteer coordinator on the planet, 11-year veteran, Mr. John Espiritu Santo Jose Mari Joseph. Where you at, John?
Hey, what up, Aaron?
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, thanks so much.
Welcome in, man.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Parade Hour. I want to give a quick shout out to everybody watching and tuning live on Facebook, YouTube, the community. On Kumu. What's up, y'all? Hey, Aaron, man, we got a full show. That Parade team have been working super hard on. We got a full lineup of content, man.
Oh, we're gonna get it, man. Tell me about it. What we got going on today, man?
Hey, so we have divided up the content into 3 different categories.
Okay.
First category, we got a 3-episode mini docu-series called Behind the Banner.
Okay.
We got a second, we got a sit-down podcast called Kamayan Cuento.
Okay.
Hey, copyright M. Angeles, you can't use it.
Uh-oh, at the M.
Yeah, so it's Kamayan Cuentos, and we're bringing back the parade challenge called hashtag Pistahan Parade Challenge.
Oh, we're gonna get that going.
So we don't have a short, we have a full lineup of content, Aaron. We can't, let's just get right to it, dude.
Man, I think, what we got coming up next? What's this first thing we're gonna get started with?
So this group has been supporting the parade ever since the beginning. Even
Okay.
before Al Perez was our president, man.
Before,
Yes.
pre-Al Perez?
Pre-Al Perez.
Wait, there was a pre-Al Perez you're trying to tell me about?
There was a pre-Al Perez, and this group, Karaktan Dance Company, has been there supporting the parade since then. So let's take a look at the first episode of the mini docu-series called Behind the Banner, the Karaktan Dance Company.
All right, here we go. Let's take a look at that video.
Karaktan Dance Company was actually founded in 2004, but then our experience goes way beyond that. But our main purpose is we got together with the passion of wanting to share our culture to the younger generation, Filipino Americans, so they could learn from it and share it with the future generations. So we just pretty much get together to have fun and to enjoy each other's company and share our culture and learn more about traditions that we have in the Philippines. I'm Robbie Herrera with Karaktan Dance Company. Thank you for coming and talk to me about this because you're right, Pistahan is such a wonderful experience that we look forward to every year. And part of that, of course, is the parade where everybody gets together from their busy schedules to join this celebration of our culture. So I really look forward to that, and my whole crew looks forward to that as well. Karaktan means beauty, splendor, and brilliance. So it's everything that we believe our culture is, and that's why we are passionate about sharing it. It's the Filipino smile, the Bayanihan spirit, and are willing to be hospitable and share everything that we have. Karaktan Dance Company was inspired by my mom, Polly Manalo Herrera. Her background is from the Bayanihan Dance Company, where she was a choreographer in the late 50s and early 60s. So that comes with a lot of research material and staging and getting together with various culture bearers to make sure that what we are performing is accurate, but for stage. So she's a big influence, and she taught us pretty much everything we know, and then we go from there and adapt and make changes just to keep us fresh every year. It's hurry up and wait, right? Everybody shows up in costume, all makeup done, but then stay there and nobody leave because it's so hard to gather everyone together. But everyone has fun hanging out. What we look forward to is seeing all our friends, and some of the people either participate or watch the parade every year. So we get to know them. You know, we get to know people from the press or the different politicians that do join the parade, different contingents. So it's like one big party when we meet over there. But then, of course, as you know, starting to round everybody up when we're about to start is a challenge. choosing for the Pistahan Parade is, of course, we want to show dances that are entertaining, but then bring people back, take them back to what they learned when they were kids, because a lot of Filipinos learned particular dances when they were in school. That we wanted to bring a whole experience of the Philippines into the parade. And Kariktan is not the only participant in that parade. So what we do is we talk to the other dance companies and we coordinate so that we make sure we present a full spectrum of dances each year. It's a daunting task. Yes, because everybody has ideas on what they want to present, but then we also have to work with the theme, because every year the parade has a theme. So we have to have that into consideration. And we do meet before the parade itself, just to get an idea of what everybody has in mind in presenting. And even then, the Bayanihan spirit lives on, because we do share ideas, and sometimes down to props and sometimes choreography, because there have been years where we wanted a certain type of spirit or choreography, and what we would do is each director would create certain portions of it, and we put it together, and we rehearse on our own, and we put it together at the parade. So that's really the nice part of it, is sharing and being together on that special event. Do come to the festivals, because it is a lot of fun, and it is worthwhile to learn dances from your heritage. And we really encourage you to move it forward to the next generation so that our heritage remains alive.
Salamat, Kariktan. Thank you guys so much for all you do, for bringing the energy and the cultura. We are so glad to be a part of what you're doing, and for you to be a part of what we're doing here at Pistahan. Thank you so much. They're going to actually have a full performance on tomorrow, so make sure you catch that on the live stream tomorrow, and you do not want to miss that. We actually have a special guest coming in right now. This is our festival director, Genevieve Jopanda.
Thank you, Aaron. I just want to take this time to draw attention to 3 particular organizations that help towards services for youth and seniors. One of them is West Bay. They actually delivered services and home goods during the pandemic. And then we also have United Players, who provides violence prevention and youth development to the most vulnerable. And then FAAE enhances the sustainability of Filipino values and traditions. And so if you want to support these great, amazing organizations and their mission, please go to pistahan.net. If you go onto the website, you could actually do that now, open up a new tab.
What was the website?
Pistahan.net. And you go to the top right corner, there's a gold button called Donate. Click that and support those 3 amazing organizations today. Thank you, Aaron.
There you go. Thank you so much, Jen. All right, now we're going to cut over to our social media crew. We're going to check out our lounge. We got Mr. John Espiritu over there. John, hey, what you got for us, man?
Thanks, Aaron. Aaron Horner, y'all, the voice of the Pistahan Parade. And of course, Genevieve Jopanda, who took a chance on a volunteer like myself. And guess what? Parade director, y'all. So, hey, shout out to Muna tayo. Let's check out the social media lounge and check in with all y'all. live streaming with us at Facebook, YouTube, and Kumu. Let's check in. What's up, Social Media Lounge? How's everyone doing? Yeah, say hi, say hi. Kikani, I'm here with Kikani. What's the latest and greatest on social media, Kix?
So we have a lot of shout outs to give out to people in our chats, so make sure that you stay commenting. Shout out to Mary Lou Pasqua, who's tuning in from SF. Blasita Carmona, who's tuning in from Hayward. Ooh. Yvonne is excited to see the Grand Marshal for the parade. And a lot of people in our chat are saying how even though we don't have the real Pistahan this year at Yerba Buena Gardens, they're still excited to see it.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Hey, continue the shout outs on, keep commenting on the chat. Use hashtag Pistahan SF and we'll check in with you later on in the show. Speaking of show, let's actually check out the next video, which is the second episode of the mini docuseries Behind the Banner, and it is including teachers and students practicing the Filipino martial arts. So let's take a look at the second episode, Behind the Banner, Escabo Daan.
My name is Joseph Batista of Escabo Daan Filipino Martial Arts. I've been doing Filipino martial arts for 20 years. I grew up in the city of Richmond where there were only a handful of Filipinos, and those Filipinos, we all didn't speak Tagalog. We weren't really exposed to Filipino culture. So me growing up, everyone thought I was not Filipino, so I had no connection in being Filipino, no pride in being Filipino. I knew nothing about the history. So there's nothing for me to be proud about, to identify as Filipino. I wanted a way to connect and learn about my roots. And so my stepfather introduced me to Filipino martial arts. And it's through Filipino martial arts where I learned about our history, our culture. I got to meet some of the cultural bearers, a lot of the cultural bearers. So it really filled in that void. Yeah, so Escabo Daan was created by Grandmaster Robert Castro. So Escabo is an acronym for Eskrima, Serrada, Kali, Arnis, Boxing, and Jeet Kune Do. And Daan means the way. So we are a mix of a number of different styles of Filipino martial arts, as well as Jeet Kune Do. But what makes Filipino martial arts very unique is the fact that we specialize in the use of weapons. We have 2,000 plus years of constant warfare between each other, our own neighbors and islands, and other nations coming in to try to take us over. So our mentality is we use weapons from day one. Whereas most other arts, if they even do weapons, you have to be in there for a number of years to learn some of their weapons. But our Filipino martial arts is very versatile because everything we do with weapons is done empty-handed weapon and empty-hand, empty-hand. We kick, we punch, we bite, we have ground fighting. We literally do everything under the sun. There's a reason why military and law enforcement from around the world uses Filipino martial arts. It's because it's versatility. So we have classes specifically for 3-year-olds to about 6-year-olds, right? The really young ones, where we don't really show them the weapons yet, because we gotta build up their maturity, but we introduce them to defending against weapons, like how to evade and get away from those weapons. And we really work on our panantukan, which is our boxing, and our sikaran, which is our kicking. The next class after that would be our junior warriors, which is our 7 to 12-year-olds, where they do get weapons from day one. So they learn how to do everything weapon to weapon, empty-handed weapon, and empty-hand, empty-hand. We show them a little disarms, some locks, some takedowns. And when this pandemic is over, we will be doing our ground defense, which is called our Dumal, which is our version of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And then we have the adults. Yeah, so in both classes, we count in Tagalog, right? And a lot of our commands are in Tagalog. You're twirling forward and into your, what's this called? Kili-kili. Kili-kili. Armpit. Okay? So what we try to do is you try to expose them to as much Tagalog as possible. But the crazy thing is, a lot of us instructors are actually trying to learn Tagalog as well, right? But we have a bunch of people here that are fluent in Tagalog, and we cross-check with them, like, hey, how do we say this? How do we say that? which even in Tagalog, there's still those discrepancies. And on top of that, we have a board that we usually keep out during class that includes the baybayin with the Tagalog word with the English translation. So they're constantly seeing different things. So we just try to expose as much as we can. And on special days, we will bring out certain artifacts and talk about the history that's historical to Filipino history. We've been a part of Pistahan for almost 12 years now, 11 or 12 years now. And the first time I heard it, didn't know what it was. You know, I grew up here in the Bay Area, didn't know what it was at all. It's going to be celebrating its 28th year. So it wasn't until 11, 12 years ago until I heard about it. We were invited as a bunch of Filipino martial artists to show up and to showcase Filipino martial arts. So it was my first time at Yerba Buena Gardens, first time at the Pistahan, and I remember seeing a lot of firsts for me. And here, the very first thing I remember is actually hearing the kulintangs. I did not know what that sound was, right? And I was watching it, listening to it, and I absolutely loved it. And so that was actually the start of me being introduced to cultural bearers and being introduced to the history and culture of our people. With the parade specifically, yeah. So our first time in the parade, I want to say it was 10 years ago. And that was our first parade ever in a parade, period. And to be there at City Hall, to see everyone, you know, practicing the routine and to see the dancers and see everyone representing, it really had a sense of pride there that I had never really experienced anywhere else. Because prior to the Pistahan, I'd only been to small little gatherings. And to see such a large number of people there in even indigenous clothing, right? It's like, wow, you know, there are a lot of people that are proud to be Filipino, and I can see why they're proud, why they're happy, and it only makes sense to help showcase it. For me personally, some of the most hidden treasures that can expose you to all of our cultures, histories, traditions, and hidden gems. Because me personally, growing up, didn't know much, but because of Filipino martial arts, I got to learn about the baybayin, tattoos, cooking, the dancing, history, you know. So to me, personally, Filipino martial arts is a great way to do it. But in knowing all the cultural bearers, I know that if someone has a question about any aspect of our history, since we all know each other, they will refer people to each other. Like someone comes here, they're asking me about dance history, I know who to send them to, or tattoos, or baybayin. But I think, yeah, joining a Filipino organization as a whole, is a great way to start and get as much exposure to as many organizations as possible. A festival like Pistahan is a great way to do it because you can see everyone there. If you want to join Escabo, you can do a search for Filipino martial arts in the Bay Area, we will show up. Or you can look at our name, Escabo Daan, just do a Google search for that and you'll see our website, you'll see us on social media. Just reach out and we will be in contact.
Yo, what's up everybody? I'm here with longtime veteran volunteer, Diano Mullenbein. What's up, Diano?
What's going on, John?
Hey, we just showed off 2 out of the 3 episodes of the mini docu-series that fun fact, that we filmed.
Actually, yeah.
We edited, we put together. How does that feel to kind of finally show off the hard work that we put into it?
Man, it's been a long time coming for us working with these groups and a lot of teams, a lot of hard work got put in.
Dude.
Long nights and stuff, but I'm glad that it's finally launching. We get to share it with everyone here, online, live, obviously, and yeah.
Let me ask you a very, very important question, Diano. Kumain ka na ba?
No.
You haven't eaten yet. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter because the food's coming. Whether you answered yes or no to that question, food is coming because food is what brings us together. And this next video really started off super small. Diano, remember we were talking about it was just going to be 2 cameras. We were just going to borrow somebody's dining room table and just reminisce about Pistahan.
Yeah.
But because of the mastery of the production team, that includes Raymond behind the camera over here, Eugene, Gary, M, we were able to elevate this video to the next level. We even partnered up with the authentic Kapampangan food at Isa Restaurant in San Bruno. Shout outs to the owners, Del, Chef Melvin, and Angel Pare for collaborating with us. But food is what brings us together, and this next video is the world premiere of Kamayan Kwento. Let's take a look, Diano.
Yeah.
This is copyrighted by you. I want you to know that. I want everybody to know I didn't take this title. We were brainstorming, and you suggested it, so. It's an honor for us, and our stomachs are also kind of ready to dig in. But first, I kind of wanted to get like the history of Isla. Like, where did you start? Where did the restaurant start? How did you guys get into the business?
Well, my career, it was started 15 years ago. Yeah. I was dishwasher, then doing janitor, then became a cook. While as a cook, I studied the business, and then became a executive chef for several restaurants. During Isla time, I remember I spent 2010, 2010. After 3 years in the industry, being a cook, I remember doing the most important in the business is the numbers.
I mean, last year was a difficult year.
Oh yeah.
It was for a lot of restaurants.
Of course, yeah.
Unfortunately, some of them didn't do so well. I wanted to kind of ask for you, what was kind of your experience during the COVID time?
COVID? Yeah. I felt like, sa akin lahat bumagsak ang madaming responsibilities. Oh. But still, dati pa rin yung, I do believe on my team.
Of course.
Yung mga dating empleyado na matagal na nandito pa rin. Hanggang ngayon, di nila tayo iniwan. Kaya mga standard ng pagkain natin, nandyan pa rin. So, just parang pistahan, unity. Nandun pa rin.
During those pandemic, nag-deliver pa ako. I remember that. Kami na yung nag-deliver. Ako I deliver. Yeah, I deliver. In order to all the customers like requesting, please deliver.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Ako na nag-deliver.
No, I just wanted to know what's the most popular thing that people ordered during the pandemic?
Popular?
Yeah.
Oh, this one, the Tintang Pusit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. People, Isla's destination and wanted because of this one. Dito lang sa Isla kasi meron ditong authentic. Nakikita nila black ink pero madami sikreto yan eh. So, the sisig is still the #1 saleable. Yeah, and we became popular because of this platter one.
Yeah. I was gonna say, the name of the show is Kamain Cuento.
Okay.
And, it's perfect when we talk to you because I know I've eaten here before. I know I've gotten the bilao before.
Okay.
And so talk about the bilao. What does a customer get when we order a bilao?
Normally the bilao #4 because it comes with the soup and 2 dessert. With soda, right?
With soda.
Plus and always, no, it's a free unlimited rice.
Ooh.
This one. So you're having fun eating the way you eat. It's supposed to be. So you just grab a grilled one, then go to the fried one, then go to this one, then with gulay, with our specialty bagoong, sausawan. Everything it's made from the scratch on our team.
From scratch?
Yes, including the suka. The spice vinegar.
Also, the speed of when you order your food to when it comes out.
That's the biggest challenge. This is the secret.
Are you gonna tell us this?
We're not being madamad about secret. Remember on TV?
Yeah.
It's a copy but not duplicated. The way you work.
Yeah.
That's the focus and come from the heart or pride.
Of course, yeah.
And Isla's always no shortcutting in terms of executing the food.
That's what I love. That's what I love.
Yeah, no shortcutting. Kapag sa buhay kasi para sa akin, pag nandaya ka, medyo mahirap.
The customer will know.
Yeah.
And also enjoy other, each other's company, catch up. I haven't seen all you guys in a very long time. Yeah.
I'm so happy to see you guys.
But that's what Pistahan does. It's a reunion. It brings people together.
No, it's true.
Make sure
It's
to get
true.
It does bring people together. But
No, I totally agree. So,
But Pistahan is not stress-free.
oh,
There is challenges to volunteering at Pistahan. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, we are taking time out of our 9 to 5 to do an event as big as Pistahan, a parade, a festival, and I guess what I want to know, I never really sat down and talked to you guys, like what is pushing you guys to take that time to spend hours out of your day, your 9 to 5 job, to do and volunteer for Pistahan?
Yeah, it is a lot of work. Doing a parade that you wake up at 6 a.m., maybe even not even sleep for. But what I enjoyed was spending time with the team, and then, the blood, sweat, and tears that we put into it, and then just seeing the parade come together and see all the contingents coming down and the colorfulness and the excitement and how everyone's drawn to the parade and it draws everyone to Yerba Buena, like that. My favorite part is because I get to be at the end of the parade in the beginning and just seeing a whole bunch of people on the parade with the mango blossoms just coming towards you. I'm like, man, we did it. Another year in the books. We did it.
Yeah, no, how's that 5 a.m. in the morning?
It's tough, man. Like when you plan the parade, right, for months on end, and then you get down to that one day and like see all the parade, get the parades all in one place, all the contingents, and then walk down Market for like an hour or 2 hours, right? It's the most accomplishing like feeling and like most proud moment, the moment that you see it all together.
Why do you do that though? What pushes you to wake up at 5 a.m. Other than me texting you and be like, hey man, you gonna be there?
You know, the funny thing is that you don't sleep the night before.
You
don't sleep the night before. You're just there, like you are in it. But I think what drives me the most is seeing the people come together, right? Yeah. And I think with anything else, it's like John knows this, but I've been with Pistahan for like 9-10 years, right? And again, like what drives me are the people that bring me there, right? And at first, my curiosity about Filipino like heritage and culture brought me to it first, and then I realized it's like this is actually like a really fun way to celebrate your culture. Like we get to be loud at City Hall, parade down, show everyone our culture, what we're about, right? And then celebrate it for 2 days at Yerba Buena. Like that doesn't, I don't know, to me that was just the most satisfying thing.
And Mocha, I mean, you guys can kind of talk about the strength of your teamwork and trusting your team to kind of execute in a way where you have to kind of trust your team to execute so that it runs a smooth show.
No, it is. I mean, there is no entertainment team without my team. It's just not me. That's why, there's no, that as cliches, there's no I in team. But I rely on each and every one of those people, if anything, an extension, you, Diano, as security, my grips, Jay and Prowl, they turn into security as well too. So if anything, yeah, I guess for the sake of, social media, anything like that, it's like, it's a title, and with that, that's all it is. But those are the people that put you there for a reason, and they trust you. I trust them to trust me, and if they have something that doesn't feel right, then please, I'm never going to shoot you down. My team is just like, well, I want to try this. Yes, let's do it. I'm all about that creativity. After a while, it becomes that same thing. But it's just the fact that we need, new eyes, new blood, I go, who's popular now? that. And if anything, when you were saying, evolving as far as like technology, Pistahan evolved people from when they came in, scared, volunteers and everything. Now that you're parade director, you are entertainment director or security. But it's just the fact that we're there to grow. We're there to grow, we're there to promote. And what perfect vehicle, but our culture, if anything, because it's changing ever so fast. And if anything, there are certain things that get lost within the shuffle. So yeah, it's evolved. It's my team. Entertainment is a team. It's not Eugene.
Yes.
It's my team.
Mocha, I know you're known as the ninja on Pistahan, and that's because you get things done.
Yeah.
Jen can rely on you to kind of be like, hey, can you handle this fire that's happening in the festival side?
Mhm.
So talk a little bit about that.
So a lot with talking about it's a team effort. You can't burn yourself out. You have, people within arm's reach for a reason. And being also part of the Ninja Squad, which Jen recruited me on, we all literally grew up together these past years. And we got to experience the whole no sleep, team no sleep, waking up early, staying up late, being at the festival grounds while you guys are at the parade grounds, or running to the parade grounds to get, I don't know, just running back and forth. And that's like from Yerba Buena to Civic Center, or like Civic Center or Yerba Buena. And you can't do that by yourself. Right. You need a solid squad to always be there with you. Because the moment you burn out, it's like, you're supposed to be the one putting out fires. You're not supposed to be on fire.
Cheers.
Here's to another Pistahan.
Absolutely. And here's to more.
Here's to more. Let's do it, guys.
Keep going. Cheers.
Back to you, Eugene.
And
cut.
Cut.
What's up, Jedi face?
What's up, Aaron?
Obi-Wan Kenobi? What's happening right now, bro?
Hey, the force is strong with this costume.
I can tell. I guess the force must be strong with this next segment. Like, what are we doing,
this
man?
This next video is strong with the force, right? Hey, I spent $65
$65?
on this. $65.
You know how many pesos that is, bro?
But you know what, Aaron? This does not compare to the time and effort this next group put into the costumes. You've seen it. When they walk down in the parade,
I'll bring some.
Stormtroopers, you see Lord Vader.
Afterward, I'm gonna
it's
just
unbelievable to
let
kind of
everybody
see
have some.
costumes straight out of the movie. So let's take a look at the third and final episode of this year's mini docuseries, Behind the Banner, the Golden Gate Garrison, 501st Legion.
My name is Ricky Resurrection. I'm a member of the 501st Legion, Golden Gate Garrison. I've been a member of the 501st since 2016. I guess the love of Star Wars started with obviously the movies. It's an awesome set of movies that George Lucas gave us. It's a gift to all of us. But I think the magic of Star Wars was after seeing the movies when you were a kid, you have some merchandise that you can relive your Star Wars experience. In my case, it was I had a lot of bubblegum cards. I read a lot of materials, magazines about the movie, and this was prior to experiencing the movie in VHS and whatnot. So then toys, playing toys with action figures with your friends. So for us, it became a tangible experience outside of just watching it or having seen it in the movies. So I guess that's the power of Star Wars. A good story, and you get to relive the story or you get to invent stories. Yeah, I guess that's one of my personal attraction to the Legion. Aside from being with like-minded Star Wars geeks whose passion is constructing screen-accurate costumes, a huge part of the allure for me is the opportunity, or giving the opportunity to give back to the community. Giving smiles, hopefully giving hope for those who have less, through the power of the imagery that we have, and giving life to that motto of bad guys doing good. It's something awesome. It's a gift that you are able to impart to other people. Five of us were Pinoys, and one is non-Filipino. It was quite an experience because I think we were 5 stormtroopers then, and one AT-AT driver. And to be a Filipino American stormtrooper, to support a Filipino event, a parade that happens on Market Street in San Francisco, it doesn't get any cooler than that, man. So it was one of my highlights of 2016 as a member of 501st Legion. One of the things that I look forward to whenever I am in the parade is whenever I'm given the opportunity to march holding the Philippine flag. That's one. And one of the more personal memories that I have with joining the Pistahan Parade is having to share it with my 2 sons. And we call them cadets, and they also wear Star Wars costumes. I think they were able to do the parade 3 or 4 times with me, and those are precious moments that you'll cherish forever. Being excited to be part of Pistahan Parade again next year, it's an exciting thought, only because we get to continue the 501st mission of, while being geeks, we are able to give back to the community, and it's one of the communities that we truly enjoy supporting through our costumes and our passion. Anybody who wants to be one of the bad guys doing good, I enjoin them to head over to our website. It's 501stggg.com. They will find all the information that they will need in order to be one of us. And in behalf of the Golden Gate Garrison, we would like to thank your organization for for embracing us and making us one of the community and living up to the ideals of the Pistahan organization. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Ricky.
Looks like we've got to the last video of the parade hour, man. You ready for this, man?
I'm ready.
Man, so tell me about like last year in the parade challenge, man. What was that all about?
Well, no, last year we introduced the video challenge as our way of reimagining the parade in the virtual format.
Yeah, man, that was dope, man. And you were able to get participants from like all over, right?
Yeah, we got entries from different cities in the United States. We got entries from the Philippines, Aaron, and even for this year's Olympics, the home of this year's Olympics, Japan.
Come on, man. Shout out to Tokyo.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, so Pistahan's Challenge, man. Tell me about it. What is this all about?
Well, the Pistahan Challenge is our way of highlighting Filipino American culture, as well as bringing awareness to an ongoing difficult situation that our Asian community faces, and that's the increase of violence against the Asian community. I mean, your shirt says it all, Aaron. Deflate the hate.
Deflate the hate. Yeah, man. Thanks for pointing that out. This is actually from the homeless shelters that I work at in the Hayward area. And one of our participants in the shelter, one of our shelter guests, came up with this idea 2 years ago because we had a lot of problems with the community and people judging folks just because they don't have a home. And they said we need to deflate the hate. So we got a local school to put together this shirt. And, you know, it says deflate the hate. So that's a message that we're putting out to the whole world, man.
Absolutely. This next video is our way of reminding everybody to continue to support, continue to educate, continue to support the organizations that are supporting the Stop Asian movement. So let's take a look. That's it. Let's take a look at this video's parade challenge, the hashtag Pistahans parade challenge.
That's it.
Man, that was an amazing year of content for the Parade Hour here at Pistahan SF 2021, man. Congratulations to you, John, and the whole team for all you guys have done, man. You guys put together another great year, man. I'm super excited to be a part of this. Thanks for letting me be a part of it, man.
It's my honor too, man.
So tell me, man, is this stuff going on, or are we done today, man?
No, actually, breaking news, we're going to be continuing the docuseries. We're going to be continuing and partnering up with different restaurants for the Kamayan Cuento.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron, can you go into the next episode?
Are you asking me if I can eat Kamayan style?
Can you,
Oh,
please?
done. Done deal, baby. Let me know.
Check that next. It's coming up pretty soon.
Cool. So where could they get these full versions of the video? Where can they see what's coming up?
Well, you can log on to pistahan.net. You can check out our YouTube on youtube.com/PistahanSF, and of course our social media.
So pistahan.net,
pistahan.net,
youtube.com/PistahanSF. Pistahan SF, man. Well, hey, that's super dope. I'm excited about that. I want to make sure that I keep it locked in. Let's keep this momentum going, y'all. We're gonna go, now that we're wrapped up with the Parade Hour, we're about to move on. And you know, we're gonna get into the next part of this virtual Pistahan Parade and Festival. Let's bring in our festival manager, Mary Jane Cordova Lee, AKA Mary Jane. This is Aaron and John Spiritual. We out, baby. We out. Mary Jane, get him. Do you? Oh, get him.
Oh my God.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our 28th annual Pistahan Parade and Festival. My name is Mary Jane Cordova Lee, and I am your festival manager. This year, as with every year, we have our parade, which you just saw with Aaron and John. We have our pavilions and, of course, our entertainment. New this year, we will have two MCs, Fatima David and Rhea Palos. I am so proud of the content our pavilion managers have put together. Our theme, Renew, Recover, and Rise Together, can be felt throughout it. Before we continue with the program, I want to thank all of our volunteers that helped put this show together. From the technical team, our fabulous social media people, our editors, webmasters, and everyone else behind the scenes. Thank you. Maraming salamat. As volunteers, we're doing this for the love of our community and the pride we have of the talent and knowledge of our people. We are ecstatic that we are able to share this with the world. Being virtual, it's possible. In addition to our volunteers, we also have our wonderful sponsors. One of our sponsors we like to thank is We. To tell you more about them, we have Rhea, one of our MCs.
Thanks, MJ. We is a grocery and food delivery company that focuses on serving to the Filipino and Asian markets. New users can get $20 off of their first purchase if they use the code WePistahan. We is with 3 E's. For more information, scan the QR code down below, and I'll bring you to their website at www.saywe.com. Can I get a we? But as you guys are claiming your $20 off, we have this year's Pistahan Hermano Mayor, Jose Peco, that would love to welcome you guys into the festivities. Hi, Hermano Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my Lolo!
Oh, wow. Thanks. Thanks, Bryson. That was 3 long years ago. This guy's grown. He's going to be a big boy. Welcome, everyone, wherever you may be. It's quite the honor of being chosen as the Hermano Mayor for Pistahan 2021, and I'm deeply humbled and honored. Congratulations to FAAE and Pistahan for celebrating 28 years. Mad love to all those dedicated and passionate volunteers, past and present, has shown the love of community to make Pistahan happen. Any of you out there, family is everything, especially my little grandkids. They inspire me to make our community a better one. Pistahan's theme to renew, recover, and rise together can only happen when all of us do our part. But over the next several days, as we celebrate our Filipino-ness and this incredible event, one centered around our love of family, there is no doubt we will renew, recover, and rise together. Stay safe, stay healthy, Stay strong. Maraming salamat. Pistahan na!
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. Once again, my name is Fatima David, and I am so blessed to be one of your co-hosts for our annual Pistahan Parade and Festival. I cannot believe that it's already 28 years in the making that we have been able to bring amazing, wonderful content from all over the globe to celebrate our Filipino community and culture with you today. We have PJ from our Culinary representing to share with you our amazing culinary artisans from all over the world. We have him representing our Raymar Foods, and thank you again to Raymar Foods for representing and sponsoring Pistahan. Without further ado, we give you PJ.
Thank you so much, Fatima. It's so great to be back exactly a year after our first virtual Pistahan. And with the Culinary Pavilion this year, we really wanted to step it up. I'm also one of the founders of the Filipino food movement. Our mission is to preserve, promote, and progress Filipino cuisine through education and community building. So today, we're going to be learning about the fantastic work of some great Filipino chefs, and then towards the end, I have a boba to pick with you. Let's start with one of my friends, Chef Cocoy Ventura, who's going to explore some of the cooking in Isabela.
Sabong numasay upko, samit day talibnos mo ay dagos nga mapalang tutoy, nalidaya barukong ko. Adua kulibang bang, umay makipagayam ay, anya tiyadaken ka makaay-ayo makaliw-liwa.
Awan jadda kanya, tawan ti sanikwa, pusok ti managayat ket say ako ti pagsamita. Tay balasang, nunanakman, nang nalasbang. Tipos puso, inakayawan, tay himnas nga di namulitan. Tay balasang kuliban.
CD ba doon? Nakikita ko yung CD.
Nagsabong kinayat ay pa'y tigasa. Nagsabong keniliw datuog ken bigat. Awan laing mauray ko nga kaasin kanya. Nudi laing kalang mabuyan. Nanipod pa'y idisikan ti pimanaw. Inil bilang puti pesyati inaldaw. Sanga pulo ket taluti mabilang iti mayo. Simampet kabiag kungen siyak linipat mo. Ala bigbigen na kusyak metladay di. Ka inayayat tiyadu makasi. Agsangsangit day ti pusok mo. Malaglagip ko dagiti, day di ayan-ayan ngayon kapinerdi. kan tipimanaw Binilbilang puti petsa ti inaldaw Sanga pulok at taluti mabilang iti mayo Simang pet kabiag kungem siyak linipat mo Ala, bigbigan nak mo siyak metladay di Ka, inay-ayat ka dumakasi Agsangsangit, dahi ti pusok mo Malaglagit ko dagiti Dahi di, ayan-ayat ngayon ka pinerdi
That was just a beautiful, beautiful picture of what native cooking can really be like. And did you notice that he was on that wooden stove? That puts my outdoor kitchen to shame. Next up, we have rising chef Francis Ang and his wife Diane with their brand new project in San Francisco, Abaca. So we're going to take a peek at that, and right after, we're going to hear the story of entrepreneur Dennis Villanfranca, the self-taught chef at Jeepney Guy. He's going to tell you all about the origin of his rolled lechon and what to do with your leftovers.
Hi, my name is Francis.
Hi, my name is Diane, and we are at our new restaurant, Abaca.
We are located inside Kimte Alton at Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. It's been a long time coming. Pinoy Heritage has been popping up as a restaurant the past 6-7 years.
We are at our hometown, my hometown, Borongan, Eastern Samar in the Philippines, when we experienced Typhoon Haiyan firsthand.
We came back here, did a full-on fundraiser through the 5th floor while we were working together. First time doing a all Filipino menu, and it was so well received that here we are today.
Also here at Abaca, we have a panaderia open 7 days a week.
We're gonna showcase a very unique pastry case. One of my favorite is the laminated ensaymada. We layer it with butter, fill it with ube, makapuno, or for savory, truffle cheese and smoked gouda. We also have an amazing coffee program. Our roaster is Mr. Espresso, and their roaster is a Filipino guy who's been doing it for over 30 years.
We are very excited to welcome you to our home, Abaca.
Hello everyone, my name is Dennis Villafranca. I'm the chef owner of Jeepney Guy. I've been in the food business for about 10 years and I love every single day of it, even if it's the hardest thing I've ever done. One of the dishes that I'm kind of known for here in the Bay Area is our pork belly lechon, which is something that I never really started doing in the beginning of Jeepney Guy. Never thought I would be making it, or as much of it as I have made it. But the process of kind of discovering how to make the perfect lechon in the early years really kind of eluded me, and I spent literally years and hundreds of pieces of pork trying to figure that out. And it was just one moment in 2012, I believe, when I really figured out kind of by accident how to get that perfect crispy skin. And since then, I've been making and rolling hundreds of these over the years, and you know, it's probably my favorite dish. Our lechon, of course, is made from a whole slab of pork belly, and I just put a pork loin in there, and really simple process, but it's all about the magic. So after processing the pork belly and the pork loin, the finished product from that is kind of like this. This is basically half of a pork belly slab. This is what goes inside the rotisserie oven, and it cooks for 2 hours. All right, so after roasting in the oven for 2 hours, this is the Jeepney Guy pork belly lechon. To find out more about it and where to get it, you can find us on Instagram, Jeepney Guy, and visit our website, jeepneyguy.com, where you can find ordering information and learn a little bit more about where we came from and what we do. Okay, so as good as our lechon is, you're gonna find that you just can't eat all of it, because like anything else that's really good, you gotta have it in moderation. But people always ask me, what do you do with leftover lechon? And so one of my favorite things to do is to make a really simple sisigaw. And to do that, first thing you do is just chop up your pork, nice bite-sized pieces, some fresh ginger, fresh onions, fresh chopped jalapenos, lemon and lime juice, a little cilantro, and to kind of tie everything together and give you that special, that tanginess that you find in a good sisig. I have my special vinegar soy sauce blend with little magic ingredients in there to kind of tie everything together. All right, so now that we have everything ready, I'm going to show you how to toss it in the pan, make that quick sisig for you. In order to make a really good sisig, you got to have a really good pan that can get really hot. My favorite pan to use for this is a wok. I know not everybody has a wok, but you can really use whatever you have in the kitchen. Cast iron works really great. Aluminum saute pans, whatever you have. First thing I'm going to do, add some canola oil. And you can tell my pan is really hot because it's smoking. You can also kind of see the oil will start to shimmer a little bit. First thing I want to add is my ginger. I'm going to throw in about half of my fresh onions. I'm going to save the other half for later to kind of finish off the dish. I'm going to put in about half of my jalapenos. So I am by far no means an expert with the wok. All right. Once you start to see your onions start to brown a little bit, we're gonna go ahead and put in our chopped lechon. I'm not gonna add any more oil to this because it's got that natural fat going in there. Okay. Now you're gonna want to keep, people have a tendency to just want to keep tossing the pan, but every once in a while you just kind of want to let it sit. Really let the pork take on some color. Get a good crust on there. Don't let it sit too long. All right. Okay, while that's sitting there right there, I'm going to go ahead and chop up some cilantro real quick. I like cilantro because it has a nice bright flavor to it. Kind of helps you with the richness of the fat and the seafood. Okay, starting to look really good. So now at this point, I'm going to take some of that magic sauce we talked about earlier. There you go. I'm going to put in the rest of my jalapenos, the rest of my fresh onion, cilantro, lime juice, and a little bit of lemon juice. There you go. Quick pork lechon sisig. All right, so now we're gonna plate the lechon sisig. Of course, gotta have it with some hot steamed rice. I love jasmine rice. There's sisig. And then to go with this, I want to do a little tomato enchilada, just like my mom used to make. And with that, I just have some fresh grape tomatoes that I cut in half. I like grape tomatoes because they're nice and sweet and juicy. I have fresh chopped cilantro, fresh chopped onions, a little black pepper, and of course, the magic sauce with this dish is patis, or fish sauce. Some generous amounts of fish sauce on there. Toss it lightly, and then when it's ready, put it right next to the rice. And then to finish off the dish, I'm going to use what every Filipino kitchen should have, and that's some chicharron pork rinds. Crush it, put it right on top of that, to give it that crunchy skin texture. All right, and then of course with any Filipino dish, you got to eat it with a fork and spoon. There you go. Quick lechon sisig with fresh tomatoes. And before we go, I want to leave you with this to remember me by.
noticed that Magnolia ice cream was being served in a lot of different ways. People were adding boba, so we said, let's try and freeze it up. But it turns out, if you freeze tapioca pearls, they become like rocks. So we figured it out, and we've got some of our most popular flavors, plus some new flavors. So starting over here, we've got our popular ube ice cream with boba, mango ice cream with boba, winter melon ice cream with boba, honeydew with boba, coffee with boba, jasmine milk tea with boba, brown sugar with boba for you tiger fans, and green tea with boba if you're looking for those antioxidants in your desserts. Now, I would like you to taste some of this and tell me what you think. Did we nail it?
Let's do it. You know, I have to tell you, boba is like my favorite thing in the entire world. So much so, I think I spent more money on DoorDash and Grubhub alone just on boba. So ice cream and boba is like the perfect combo. Did you know that? What are two bobas when they get along? What do you think they are?
Two bobas when they get along. Guys?
No.
Best teas. Best teas.
Alright.
Well, let me know what you think about these best teas.
So we're just gonna go for it?
You're just gonna go for it.
Alright, what are you gonna try? I'm going to try the green tea. I'm gonna try it with my best tea here. I'm going to have...
I wish I had good shirts like you guys.
I didn't have coffee like this, so this is perfect.
There you go.
Cheers,
There's your
right?
coffee.
Cheers, right?
Ice cream for breakfast is absolutely an acceptable practice. Especially, good coffee. If you're a tea person, not a coffee person, we have jasmine, of course.
That is the best flavor combination ever.
Well, you find a lot of these things in like boba shops too, so we wanted to be able to bring that experience home. You're going to be able to find this in stores, but one thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about, try the ube, it's a classic, right? In the spirit of this year's theme, which is renewal, Ramar Foods and Magnolia Ice Cream in USA are proud to make all of our ice cream using 100% renewable solar energy. So you can eat this without feeling guilty about the planet, and it certainly is very, very good for the soul. So,
minus your papers?
Yeah, okay, great.
Total together, well, my grandparents started it. So 1969 is when we started at San Jose Market, and we then became a couple of grocery stores called Orientex, which you might recognize as our Orientex brand, Lumpia, and I think that was the signal to flip it over, and I totally missed it. So here it goes.
Well, with that being said, this is absolutely delicious. Thank you so much. We think it's fire. It's lit.
Yep.
Beyond measure, and we love to take on
Check out pistahan.net. You can get the recipe for the lechon, and you can find out info on everything that's happening today. And make sure you get some boba ice cream.
Make sure to follow Raymar Foods and also pistahan.net for more information. Thank you, teacher. You were absolutely phenomenal. Culinary was brilliant. I actually can't stop eating. But,
Well, don't stop.
I'm gonna try. So, while we're like waiting for the next opportunity,
just want to check it, but if it's
I'm already.
Okay.
So I'm a classic kind of, when it comes to boba stuff, I'm a classic guy, the brown sugar, because we put a brown sugar swirl in there. Yeah, it's like it's literally a swirl. So you know at the drinking places, they put it all on the side of the cup. So we were able to basically do that.
If it tastes like a bowl of drink in frozen watermelon, I think it's
Oh, thousands and thousands of DoorDash research orders to get this right.
Oh, the power came up.
I always say honeydew is the money melon.
Oh, get money. Get money. I like that. All right, I'm about to try this.
Happy Pistahan to everyone.
And you want to mess around with well, actually, we mess around all the time. That's what the ice cream business is.
Ready?
Ready? Just let me know.
Is it you and your family that comes up with it? Do you have like a flavor team?
We do have a flavor team. It's every single person that works at Lamar.
Everybody does. Can you tell? I love it. All right. Well, thank you so much, PJ. Blessings to you. Congratulations to Remar Foods. We're about to go to another pavilion. Are y'all ready?
Pistahan na.
We're going to put our artisan hat and we're going to bring it over to Edwin Lozada, the project manager for the art pavilion. He's going to showcase so many beautiful artists from the Philippines and beyond to be able to showcase and share with you all over the globe how art affects and influences our Filipino community. With that being said, let's give it over to Edwin Lozada.
Happy Pistahan to everyone. I'm Edwin Lozada from Filipino American Writers and Artists, and happy to be back at the Pistahan Art Pavilion. We have an exciting lineup of featured artists. We'll begin with an update from two 2020 artists, Brand Bataclan and Jeff Quintano, followed by San Francisco Bay Area artists Mal Veracruz, Christina Newhart, and Paul Mariano. And now, Brand and Jeff. Welcome to Pistahan Art Pavilion 2021, featuring artists in the field of graphic design, painting, film, comic books, photography, and publishing. But first, we have updates from two of our 2020 featured artists. Brand Bataclan, known for his murals, almost 300 is done, and his Smiles project. As well, we have Jeff Quintano, our tattoo artist from last year. Welcome, Brent. Welcome, Jeff. Kumusta?
Hi po. Kumusta? Greetings from Boston. So first I'd like to say thank you to Power for publishing my book entitled FAAE, A Traumatized Son's Graphic Memoir. So it's mostly a funny book about my super challenging mom. It also deals with mental health issues, for hoarding, my coming out process, and most importantly, it also deals with my family's immigration experience. So it's on second printing, and it's available across the country. And it's been on the bestsellers list of Pinay owned bookstore, Bel Canto Books, also here in my neighborhood, the Harvard Bookstore, and NPR, All Things Considered, even covered it. So lots of amazing things.
That's fantastic, Brent, and congratulations. We're so happy on the success of your book. So tell us what's happening with your murals project and your Smiles project.
Well, they've both been challenging because of the lockdown, but fortunately, I started to paint murals again. This spring, I painted 10 murals, mostly here in Massachusetts, but also in Illinois, New York, and Indiana. And I started to give away paintings again. So just a couple of days ago, they were given away in Maine, also in North Carolina, and in Vermont. So these are the things happening on my side.
That's so fantastic, Brand. Congratulations on all your artistic endeavors and your sharing. And now let's go to Jeff Quintano. Hey, Jeff, tell us about your publication.
Hi everyone, magandang araw sa inyong lahat. This is the Baybayin Workbook, Panimula sa Pagbasa at Pagsulat ng Baybayin, a primer on reading and writing Baybayin. It is a workbook that consists coloring pages of some of my tattoo illustrations, worksheets, and vocabulary. It is also a bilingual book written in Tagalog and English. It is a guide in reading and writing Baybayin that I dedicate to the tattoo industry and Filipino community. This is also a self-published book. You can get this at agyagi.com, and it is also now available at archipelago.com or Archipelago Bookstore and tattoo shops here in the States and other tattoo shops in the Philippines. So yeah, please check it out. And then you can also see my tattoo works at agyagi.com. Thank you, Pawa, for having me.
That was great, Jeff. Congratulations, really.
Congratulations.
They're both books. If you want to find out more about the new publications and about Jeff and about Bren, visit the Art Pavilion website page, or you can also visit agyagi.com or faaememoir.com. Thank you for coming back to Pistahan to update us on your creative energies and works. And keep creating, keep working, and keep sharing. That's fantastic with the community. Salamat, Jeff. Salamat, Bren.
Thank you, Kuya Edwin. Thank you, Pawa.
Congrats,
Pistahan.
And again, visit Pistahan Art Pavilion to find out more about Bren and Jeff. Mel Veracruz migrated from the Philippines in 1995 at age 31 and was a 9-year veteran in the advertising industry before moving to the US. A fine arts graduate of University of Santo Tomas, Mel's first love was painting, but got directed to commercial art by following his older brother's advice, which gave him a different experience and perspective. He was drawing before he could write, so he continued doing his passion in between his duties at his day jobs and as a family man. Mel currently works as a graphic designer for the California Department of Transportation and does tattoos on the side at his home in Union City, California. Welcome, Mel. Kumusta na?
Mabuti, Edwin. Thank you very much.
And Mel, you said you were drawing before you could write. So tell us more about you as a young artist.
Yeah, so my first love was drawing. So I've been drawing before I can write. And I took it until my college. So I took up fine arts. But it's all empty. So I remember my brother has a guest from France, and he told me that because I was painting a mural in our wall, because I have a huge ego when I was young. So I was portraying everything in that wall. So, and here comes the French guy and told me, hey, do you know that artists in France have big responsibility? And I was offended. In my mind, I was saying, how dare you? Because I didn't understand. So when I came here in the US, I attended a workshop with Carlos Villa and Santi Bose. And that opened my mind because I found my community. They opened the doors for me. So it's like a revelation. So I met my community, and that's when it all opened up for me. And that's when the satisfaction happened. Because it's not just about me, but I'm taking everyone with me. So during that workshop, it's like a torch being handed to me, that I feel that responsibility is keeping that light aflame and passing it to the next generation. So it's just simple as that for me.
That
that's
is
a responsibility thing.
Well, simple but really powerful. Because what are artists for? Artists are inspired by other artists, and it's a great thing for you as an artist to be able to inspire future artists. Absolutely. And I have to tell you, folks, Mel has worked in the San Francisco Bay Area community, for example, in projects to help bring about realizations of what life is through art. And hey, Mel, tell us briefly about, do you have any ongoing or current projects that we should be aware of?
Yeah, we have the Mina Natoma Art Corridor project. We will submit a design. So they're going to make the Mina Natoma pavement an art design. So that's fantastic. One.
Yeah.
And there's SOMCAN. I submitted historical markers for Rachel and Raquel. And there's another for Children's Creativity Museum with Charlene Tan and Lian Ladia. So that's happening on this coming October.
That sounds really great, and we look forward to to actually seeing the exhibit. And with, by the way, folks, Somcan, we're talking about the South of Market area of San Francisco, which has been designated a historic Filipino community. And salamat, Mel, and for our Pistahan audience, please visit the Pistahan Art Pavilion website to find out about Mel Veracruz. Salamat, Mel.
My pleasure. Salamat, Edwin. Thank you very much.
Christina Bohayan Newhart is a designer, writer, and cat servant. A love for text, image, and story moved her to pursue a career in graphic design. And she now runs her own studio, Newhart Design. Her past clients have included Columbia University, NYU, Flickr Lab, Penguin Random House, and the Me Too movement. She's also the founder of Sari Sari Storybooks, which celebrates the magic and diversity of Filipino storytelling through publishing bilingual picture books. She hails from Manila, Florida, New York City, and Oakland, and is most at home in a city by the water. Welcome, Christina, to the Art Pavilion Pistahan 2021. Tell us a little bit about the genesis and concept of Sari Sari Storybooks and how you integrated your professional experience and training as a graphic designer into your press.
Sure. So there's a lot of different factors that went into it, but I would say I was looking for a career shift. I had been coming back to the Philippines a lot and was just thinking of how I could connect my professional experience to supporting Filipino culture. And I was also thinking on language diversity in the Philippines and how that really shifts how people understand what being Filipino is about and the originality of our culture. And also how children's books, you not only can reach children, but you also reach their parents, their family, their teachers. So I thought creating these books would be a great way to just reinforce and help people understand that Filipino culture is diverse and it's rich. And we have a lot of amazing artists that I was really fortunate to work with.
Absolutely. And again, I congratulate you for the creation of Sari Sari Storybooks because they're extremely unique. Tell us a little bit about your publications. Let's start with Mellow.
Sure. So this first book, Mellow, is the Ivatan story that was co-authored with my collaborator and friend, Elisa Sarmiento Co. And it was illustrated by JP Portez, who is an Ivatan artist living in Mahatao. And it's a story, it's got a migration theme. It's about a little boy who travels to a magical city on the bottom of the ocean. And he overcomes his shyness to help the sea creatures rebuild their city. And then he chooses to come back home.
Wow. And the next?
So this is the crowd favorite because it has a vegetarian manananggal in it, or a tik-tik. This is Kalipay and the tiniest tik-tik. It's beautifully illustrated by Happy Garaje, the Cebu City-based design studio. So it's about friendship and about being different and how we create happiness by seeing ourselves in the other.
In Cebuano.
In Cebuano, yes.
And I believe you have a Chabacano book.
That's right. Yeah. This one people are very emotional about when they see it, if they're from Zamboanga. So this is the story of a young Yakan weaver named Amina, and it's illustrated by Robbie Batista, who's a very talented and detailed artist. So she overcomes her homesickness for Basilan by learning how to weave, and she decides to weave Zamboanga City, which is her new home.
Thank you. And I believe you also have a Waray children's book.
So this is the Waray book. It's written by Voltaire Oizon, who's a poet and a writer and a language advocate for Waray, and illustrated by Ray Sunga. And it's the story of a handspan size boy named Sandangao and his journey to grow bigger. Only at the end of the story, he realizes after his long quest, he doesn't really need to grow bigger to do big things.
And finally, tell us about number 5.
So the 5th book in the series is going to be a Maranao story, Jalal in the Lake, and it's written by Hannah Usman And not to give too much away, but it's about a little boy who's learning to value his community and value the environment.
Christina, those are really beautiful books. We look forward to actually seeing the 5th book in print. And thank you for sharing your project and your dreams and enriching everyone's lives, especially children's lives, and really showing the diversity, linguistic diversity and cultural diversity of the Philippines. Salamat. Muchas gracias.
Salamat, Edwin.
And really,
Thanks,
it's wonderful.
Pistahan.
And by the way, I hope we're going to see an Ilocano language book at some point as well. And for Pistahan audience, please visit the Pistahan 2021 Art Pavilion website to find out more about Christina and Sari Sari Storybooks. Again, salamat. Thank you, Christina, and good luck. And we look forward to your new publication.
Thank you.
Mariano was born in the Philippines and immigrated to the Bay Area in 1992 and currently lives in San Francisco. His work has been featured in publications, art exhibitions, and businesses throughout Asia and the Americas. He's also an active community photographer for many organizations in the San Francisco Bay Area. The majority of his work focuses in photography and photo documentary. Capturing the emotion and soul of the subject is a common element throughout his work. He is also a registered nurse serving the San Francisco community and in the front lines throughout the pandemic. Welcome, Paul, to Pistahan 2021 Art Pavilion.
Hi, mabuhay. Kamusta kayong lahat?
And first question, Paul, when did you first have your interest or love for photography?
It started in high school. They were offering photography class and I signed up. Back then we were using film camera and the negatives and the dark room. So I learned the basics back then.
And here we are, right? So
yeah, it laid the foundation, yes.
Exactly. And tell us about, you mentioned that you're a nurse. Tell us about that, working at San Francisco General Hospital during the pandemic.
Yes, I've been working there for 20 years and we're the first line of defense for our community receiving COVID patients. And when I saw the patient suffering of the disease, it got really real, like this is happening. So,
wow, that's pretty powerful. And also during the pandemic, did you have any artistic explorations?
Yeah, I started watercolor and oil painting, something I always wanted to do. So
sounds exciting. I've always wanted to paint like Van Gogh. And you also mentioned previously to me that you have a book project. Tell us about that.
Yeah, during the pandemic, I started photographing San Francisco on a specific time of day, the evening, wherein everything is illuminated and lovely. So I'm calling it Evening in San Francisco. So stay tuned.
Yeah, we're going to hold you to that and looking forward to seeing that book. At this moment, we're going to share, we're going to look at samples of Paul's photography, taking you from the Philippines and around the world. So here we go.
I hope everyone likes this. We'll start with Mindanao, the Tiboli tribes, and their textiles and music. This is Davao. To the Visayan Islands, Boracay, and Iloilo and their World Heritage Sites. They have very good textiles there too. Luzon Province, Cavite. We go up to Benguet. And Vigan in Ilocos Sur. A memorable time in Batanes Islands, meeting all this lovely community. She's a farm worker right there. We go to Asia, the young monks of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and a jeweler in India. The Carnival, so colorful in Dominican Republic. These are a day in the life in Spain. This is Paris. We move to South America, Brazil, and Colombia. In Central America, Guatemala. and Top of the Rock, New York City at Dusk, United States.
Impressive photographs, Paul.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wish we could share more of that. But Pistahan audience, don't forget to go to the Pistahan Art Pavilion website to find out more about Paul and check out some more of his photographs. Salamat, Paul, for joining us this year.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity and supporting local businesses, artists, and bringing the community together to celebrate History Pride.
Thank you. And we look forward to seeing more of your work and your book about San Francisco.
Thank you. Salamat.
Bye.
I hope you enjoyed the introduction to Paul Mariano's vivid photographs. The Hinabi project, The Art of Philippine Textiles, was scheduled to exhibit Festival of Philippine Textiles in San Francisco this year, but due to the pandemic, it was canceled and postponed. Fortunately, if all goes well, it will be at the historic San Francisco Mint on 5th and Mission Streets from January 14 to the 20th in 2022. For more details and website link, visit the online Pistahan Art Pavilion portal at pistahan.net or go to thehinabiproject.org. By the way, the textiles behind me in the interviews are samples of vintage Filipino textiles that will be shown at the exhibit. And now we will meet Abby Jacobs from New Jersey and Keith Sikat from Manila. By the way, Abby is the mother of Broadway stars Adam Jacobs and Ariel Jacobs.
Eveline Abby Jacobs was born in Japan to Filipino parents and raised in America. As a retired nurse, she believes art in its many forms is healing. For years, she has explored various artistic mediums and styles until she discovered her passion, the ancient form of Chinese watercolor and sumi ink on rice paper. After mastering the form, part of her joy has been to now add her own unique essence, blending the ancient style and her modern perspective into a new fusion that captures the reverence for life of the ancient tradition with a pulsing aliveness that is totally modern. In travels and during random serene moments, she also enjoys photography of different subject matters, having the occasional eye-catching photo converted to canvas. Welcome, Abby, to Pistahan Art Pavilion 2021, and Abby's joining us from Kendall Park, New Jersey.
Hi there, Edwin. Thank you for having me, and hello to everybody.
Abby, to start with, tell us a bit more about the Chinese painting style and what attracted you to it.
Growing up in Okinawa and coming over to the United States, it probably was submerged in me. But later in my career as a nurse, I wanted to re-explore my desire for art. And Chinese watercolor has always been delicate and ethereal, so I just wanted to study it. And it's given me great pleasure.
And thank you. And hey, let's share some of your work with the audience. And
this is actually a state park in upstate New York called Watkins Glen. Beautiful hiking area. And I hope I've captured it with its waterfalls and its streamlined rock surfaces. My stepdaughter asked me to paint her irises. I guess I couldn't do it simply. I gave it its vibrancy here, and she loved it. Have you ever seen a koi fish come to the surface and smile at you? I certainly did. Before you knew it, I had to get down out my paints and paint the two koi swimming below the weeping willow trees. The lotus flower is so special in the Chinese culture. It stands for purity, and it might normally be grown in the swamp or pond, but again, rising above it all. This would be the lotus version of the dying leaf, but with the vibrant living water lilies. This is a supermoon in honor of my daughter and her new husband. They got married in the night of the supermoon in Tulum, Mexico, and I really had to capture that. This is Wisteria 1. I painted this late 2019. My infatuation for wisteria is just constant, and I finished this right before my husband became more ill. And this one is Wisteria 2, which I completed after his passing. See the bluebirds. They are our symbol of him and you will be seeing more bluebirds in upcoming paintings. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your beautiful paintings, Abby. And Pistahan audience, please visit the Pistahan Art Pavilion to find out more about Abby Jacobs. Salamat, Abby. Take care.
Salamat.
Okay, thank you for joining us at the Art Pavilion and meeting our pavilion artists. A shout out to Bayani Art. Please visit the Art Pavilion website to view an interview with Robin Achillesan of Bayani Art, as well as links and individual interviews of our featured artists, as well as interview with Keith Sikat. Courtesy of Pawa, Gyagi Media, and Paul Mariano, we are giving away copies of Ren Bataclan's Faye memoir, Jeff Quintano's Bye Bye book, and books from Sorry Storybooks, as well as Paul Mariano's photo journal travel books. If you live in the United States, send your name and mailing address to pawa@pawainc.com with your first, second, and third, and fourth choices of the book you would like to receive. Strictly first come, first serve. We will contact the winners by email and announce names later today or tomorrow. Good luck. Thank you everyone for joining me, and hope you enjoyed this year's virtual art pavilion. Until next time, stay safe, healthy, and well.
Thank you so much, Edwin Lazada and the Art Pavilion, for an amazing presentation. And of course, all of this would not have been possible without the continued support of Alaska Airlines. So thank you, Alaska Airlines, for helping us with the pavilion as well as Pistahan 28. All right, y'all. Are you ready for the next pavilion? It is the Health Pavilion. But of course, I wanted to check up on you to know if you have been listening to our jokes. All right, I have one for you. Tell us in social media at Pistahan SF if you like this joke. So I'm going to start now. All right. What did the doctor say when he walked in the bar? Don't know? Shot, 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 shot! Everybody! Make sure you get vaccinated and wear a mask. Just kidding. All right, that is just like a little bit of our fun right now. So I hope y'all are having a fantastic, fantastic time at home, because you know, here at Pistahan SF, we're having a blast. All right, are you ready for Health Pavilion? Nothing would be possible without Mick Del Rosario, who is our program manager for the Health Pavilion. And we also thank Kaiser Permanente for making this so possible. All right, we have Mick Del Rosario on cue, ready for you. Take it away, Mick.
Thank you so much, Fasma. Hi, everyone watching at home. My name is Mick Del Rosario, and welcome to our Health Pavilion. As our theme for this year is Rise and Renew Together, I want to make sure we focus on three main things, which is also the mind, body, and spirit. Now, I know it's been a tough year and a half, especially with us going through the pandemic, and we want to make sure that we give you resources to make sure that you're able to be safe and be able to be healthy as well. Aside from what we have at the Live Pavilion right now, there's plenty of content available on the Pistahan.net website to check out after the live stream too. But first, I want to invite you all to join me in an effort to thank our Filipino healthcare workers. They're the ones that have been day in and day out doing a lot of the great work to make sure that our community is healthy. So go to pistahan.net/tribute to join me in sending a thank you video that we'll share with all of our Filipino healthcare workers. So first off, let's start off with talking about mental health. I know it's a very important topic, and it's great that we're going to have this opportunity to talk about the importance of taking care of yourself mentally. So we want to introduce two videos. First from Edwel Salvador and Dr. Rosana Verderaliga, where they will talk about their mental health experience and thoughts, as well as giving advice to those that are watching at home, especially those that are young, some insight on how to help address mental health. We'll take it away.
It saddens me that people go through mental health every day. People get anxieties, go through depression, and even bipolar disorders, and all these schizophrenia, and all these disorders. And all they can do is just sit behind their room or in the corner of their room and say that that's nothing. Because that's what we were taught, that we're not supposed to go through what we are going through.
My advice to youth is talk to somebody. It could be a friend, could be your teacher, it could be your counselor. Of course, your parents, if you feel comfortable talking to your parents, and then seek help. And also to let you know that these sessions or counseling sessions are confidential because you have a right to confidentiality. Start to talk and share what you're feeling inside and what you're thinking, because there's help out there, and what you're feeling now is perhaps only going to be a temporary feeling, could be a temporary situation, but there is someone out there that you can go out to and talk to, and someone is out there that will be always willing to help you.
I remember getting that call, and it was the most emotional call I ever got in my life. I just remember the doctor saying, "Do you want this heart?" And I couldn't believe it. I just said yes right away because I knew this was a chance for me to have a future. I'm AJ Reyes, and I'm a heart transplant recipient. In 2005, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure, which means that my heart was too weak to sustain me. But it wasn't until 2010 when my heart started to give out completely, and I was rushed to the emergency room and rushed to Stanford Hospital to be worked up for a heart transplant. After waking up after the transplant surgery, I could feel how strong that heart was. I could finally feel what it felt like to be healthy, and felt like my life changed after that. I had the opportunity to go meet my donor family. I remember meeting her and hugging her and saying thank you. And she said, "Don't thank me, because this was all his choice. This is what he wanted." And now I get to see her and her family every year. I feel like I've gained a bigger family. It was because I got the second chance I was able to go back to school and give back to the profession that saved my life. The nurses at Stanford were what inspired me to go back and to become a nurse. And now I'm a Stanford nurse. I'm able to show my patients that there is life outside the hospital bed. There is life outside of being sick. And I could be their living proof of it. And I'm able to inspire them and give them hope. It's just amazing to see what my future is now because of this gift. So my fellow Filipinos and Filipino Americans, please come out and talk about organ donation with your families and friends. Call out your titas, your titos, your lolos and your lolas, your kaibigan, everybody. We want to make sure that everyone is able to talk about organ donation with their families so that we can make a difference. The Filipino community prides itself on hospitality, and what better gift than the gift of life. I'm alive today because someone saved my life by saying yes to organ donation. So please register today at your local DMV or go online at donornetworkwest.org. And remember, magkaisa tayo. We are in this together.
Well, you can tell this is a live segment, this is a live broadcast because that was supposed to be shown later. Our apologies for that. But right now we have plenty of opportunities to talk about mental health still. I want to introduce you all to Dr. Jeannie Celestial. Dr. Celestial is the founding principal psychologist at Celestial Journeys, providing holistic psychotherapy, coaching, and consulting She volunteers at the Filipinx Mental Health Initiatives of San Francisco and Napa and Solano, and also is one of the 6 best-selling authors of the Filipino Instant Cookbook. Dr. Celestial, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Mick. This is such an important event and also topic to be talking about our holistic health and wellness, especially during this pandemic.
Definitely. And as we've seen in one of the videos at first, talking about mental health is we're obviously doing it right now. But I want to ask you, in your experience, why do you think mental health is not talked about as much within Filipino families or within the Filipino community?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's something that I have worked like the past 20 years to try to combat the stigma of mental health and seeking mental health services. I think there's a misconception in our culture that if you have an emotional condition or you're struggling emotionally, that there's something wrong with you or that it's shameful. And I really want to invite our community, our families to imagine seeking a therapist, seeking a counselor as normal as going to the dentist, right? Because if your loved one had a toothache or a cavity, would you tell them, oh, it's okay, you don't have to go, you can just pray about it, right? You wouldn't. No, you tell them, go to the dentist right away, get your teeth clean, get a filling, and also there's prevention and treatment for your teeth. The same goes for mental health services. There can be prevention and treatment, and it's just part of our holistic health and wellness.
Definitely. What do you think we can do to foster more of those discussions?
I think just increasing the openness. When people keep things in secret, that's when shame builds up. But when we bring them to the light, then we can release that shame. We can be proud that we're talking about these things. I think it's important to validate our family members' feelings and say, hey, you're going through something. How can I support you? Would you like me to listen? Would you like me to help you find a therapist? And just validate them and empower them.
Definitely. And these are trying times, and I'm sure a lot of folks, especially at home, might be anxious. What are ways to calm these kinds of anxieties?
Yeah, I really want to invite folks to tune into their nervous system like multiple times a day. It's free and it's easy to do. And just by even taking some breaths, and even making a sound like, if we shorten slow our breath to about 6 breaths per minute, it can send a signal to our body to calm and relax. Also, loosen your jaw, unfurrow your brow, smile, sing, take a walk. These things help reset our nervous system, and we can do them every day. If you're a nurse out there, you can do it on shift. If you're a teacher, a lawyer, whatever you do, a parent, you can calm your nervous system multiple times a day. And of course, seek friends and family.
Absolutely. Those are good resources, Are there any other resources before we go into this next segment?
Yeah, definitely go to your healthcare provider, see what services are available to you. If you're seeking a Filipino therapist or you need a certain language to be spoken in your therapy, ask for that, as well as go to the pistahan.net Health Pavilion, and we have resources there. So I have listed resources there, FMHI, San Mateo, San Francisco, Solano, and also feel free to contact me, celestialphd@gmail.com.
Excellent. Thank you so much again, Dr. Celestial.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So we're going to transition on to, as we mentioned, we saw the video at first. We're also going to show square breathing so we can have more breathing exercises. Let's roll them.
At Kaiser Permanente, we are on a mission to achieve total health by fostering the well-being of our minds, bodies, and spirits. A technique called square breathing can help us achieve better health by calming the nervous system down, to ground us, and to heighten our focus as well. It can be done alone or with a large group and in a seated or standing position. So to begin, draw an imaginary square in front of you. Great. Now, drawing that same square, we are going to inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 4, exhale for a count of 4, and hold again for a count of 4. And this process can be repeated as many times as needed. So let's just begin by closing our eyes. And if you don't feel comfortable closing your eyes, just allow your gaze to find a comfortable spot on the floor. And let's bring our awareness to this moment. If you're standing, feel your feet firmly planted on the ground, and if you're seated, feel the back of your chair hugging your own back. And we're going to prepare to draw that imaginary square in front of us, or simply draw that imaginary square in our mind's eye. Now let's release all of our air. And we're going to inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Again, inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. And let that go. Return to your normal rhythm of breathing. If your eyes are closed, go ahead and blink them open. Great. That is square breathing. Thanks for taking this moment to thrive with us today.
Up next, we want to talk about the spirit. Now, the spirit is talking about the Filipino community and talking about the health of the community itself, because a person's health is as good as it is with the people that surrounds them with. So our next video that we want to show highlights the work that the Filipino community has done in San Francisco, from its healthcare workers to its community members to everyone involved in getting through this pandemic. This video will highlight the kind of challenges and struggles they've gone through, but the way for them to recover and rise up together. Let's watch.
As a nurse, it's really difficult. If you don't want to work because of COVID, you're scared of COVID, you can't do that, because as a nurse, you promise that you will be there for your patients and you have to stick to that no matter what.
Ang pandemya ng coronavirus ay nagdulot ng kahirapan sa mga manggagawa sa pangangalaga sa kalusugan, katulad ni Marie Encinas.
Just to be there with the patient, because thinking about it, like the family member cannot even be there and witness them or hold their hands. At least they're there. You are there for them to hold their hands on their last breath.
Sa Bay Area, 17% ng mga nurse ay Pilipino. Iyan ay higit sa 3 beses sa pambansang pamantayan.
A lot of Filipinos who were working in that field had caught the COVID, and when they go home, a lot of us lived together. So a lot of families was getting sick, their kids, their parents, and actually brought death to some of the families in our neighborhood.
Si Rudy Corpus, isang pinuno sa komunidad ng Filipino sa San Francisco, ay sinasabi na ang epekto ng pandemya ay nakakawasak.
One death in the community is too many. It's like a ripple effect. It's like throwing a rock in a pond and seeing the ripples. It affects everybody.
Sinasabi ng mga eksperto na mahirap sabihin kung gaano ang kahirap ang dinanas ng mga Pilipino ukol sa virus, dahil ang kanilang impormasyon ay kasama sa lahat ng Asian Americans.
This pandemic affected our business definitely tremendously.
Si Gail Payumo ay isa sa may-ari ng senior sisig restaurant sa Mission District.
From the loss of staff, a percentage loss of business, and overall I think we've learned to adjust and kind of pivot throughout this time in the pandemic. Unfortunately, at the same time, we had to let go of some people. We've been in business for almost 11 years, and we've been through some ups and downs, and I think this is a big challenge for us.
Ngunit ang hamon na iyon ay nagiging mas madali salamat sa rollout ng bakunang COVID-19.
Over 50,000 participants nag-volunteer para sa clinical trials for this COVID vaccine.
Ang mga doktor na sina Rochelle at Michelle Tinitigan ay nagtatrabaho sa Kaiser San Francisco. Sinasabi nila na ang lahat ng kasalukuyang mga bakuna ay ligtas at 100% na epektibo laban sa pag-iwas ng pag-ospital at kamatayan. Layunin sa ngayon ay mabakunahan ang lahat.
Initially, I was also afraid of it, and I've been telling around my friends I'll never get it, and I'll just try to be as healthy as I can be. But I realized that I am powerless before Miss COVID-19.
Sinabi ni Father Ed Dura ng simbahan ng St. Augustine sa South San Francisco na nabakunahan siya dahil sa kanyang responsibilidad.
Personally, I have buried someone who have been infected with COVID, and it was devastating. The only ways for us is to defend ourselves, and that is vaccinating.
Importante po tayo magpabakuna para magkaroon po tayo ng herd immunity. Ang herd immunity ay nangyayari kapag may sapat na tao ay naging immune sa coronavirus at para maprotektahan po natin ang mga ibang taong hindi pa nagpapabakuna.
Sinabi ng FDA ang pangkalahatang epekto ng bakuna ay ang mga sakit sa braso, pagkapagod, sakit ng ulo, panginginig at lagdat.
There's a lot of stories and people are totally negative about it, but I'm looking at more of a positive note.
Isang kahalagahan na ang bakuna ay maaaring may epekto sa mga susulit na mabuntis.
Wala pong report na may epekto sa fertility ang COVID vaccine. Ang bakuna na to ay safe para sa mga buntis at mga nagbe-breastfeed.
Sinasabi ng mga eksperto sa medikal ang iba pang mga kinatatakutan na ang bakuna ay naglalaman ng COVID-19 virus, ay magbabago ang DNA ng isang tao o magtanim ng isang microchip ng pamahalaan, ay walang katotohanan. Ang katayuan sa imigrasyon ay walang epekto sa kakayahang makakuha ng bakuna.
So for me personally, super importante na makuha ko yung vaccine dahil ang mami ko is 92 years old.
Sinasabi ng pinuno ng komunidad na si Al Perez na ang Pilipino ay isang social bunch at hindi makapaghintay na ipatuloy ang mga pagtitipon, bumalik sa paaralan at sa trabaho at yakapin ang isa't isa.
Also, in terms of mental health, importante na makuha natin yung vaccine para alam ko na maraming tayong kilalang mga tao na they're going through anxiety and depression dahil nasa loob ng bahay. So once we have the vaccine, then we can go out again.
So I was the first one who signed up.
Si Marie ay hindi nag-atubili na magpabakuna dahil sa kanyang lola ay namatay dahil sa COVID at ang kanyang ama na nagpalaki ng 7 bata bilang magsasaka sa Pilipinas.
He went to coma, so we took him to the hospital. So he was in ICU for a month, intubated, and I was able to see him. He couldn't recover for the intubation, so they have to do a tracheostomy. And he didn't make it.
Kahit marami na ang nanakaw ng COVID sa komunidad ng Pilipino, buhay, trabaho, negosyo at ilang kaligayahan, ang mga Pilipino ay matatag na mga tao.
I'm gonna do what I've been doing. Frontline soldier, boots to the ground, 10 toes to the floor, helping out our people.
Importante po pag may chance kayo makakuha ng COVID vaccine, huwag niyong papalipasin ang opportunity na ito.
Like seeing a really big light, out of the tunnel, we have hope, after all of all those sacrifices, of all those pain and suffering that we went through on 2020, that there is hope for all of us.
If you ever visited the Health Pavilion, you probably met Jeanette Addy. Jeanette was responsible for refining the Health Pavilion and gathering the community to rally for accessible healthcare and information. Hours after Relast was aired last year, Jeanette suddenly passed away at the age of 59. Today, we commemorate Jeanette, her spirit, and her legacy, and the renaming of the Health Pavilion of the Jeanette Addy Health Pavilion. Let's give it a round of applause for the Jeanette Addy Health Pavilion. Yes, so now we welcome Jeanette Addy's family to showcase what they meant to her and also to the Filipino community.
The strong passion that Jeanette had for her identity with the Filipino community was made so apparent by the heart and soul she put into Pistahan over the years.
She was in charge of the healthcare, and her first and foremost was to make sure that the representative of the healthcare area, which was Kaiser, was taken care of wholeheartedly. If they needed something, she was right there.
Even if you just met her a few seconds ago, she would invite a lot of people into the health pavilion just so she can take care of them, whether that was giving them a place to sit or giving them a bottle of water or even checking their blood pressure, because she wanted to make sure everybody was having an amazing time.
Using Pistahan as an outlet to let everybody know that healthcare is available and it can be provided in any means whatsoever.
Tina actually went to a medical mission in the Philippines where she was able to help people get access to healthcare, because in the Philippines it's just really hard to get access to healthcare.
I believe that motivated her to make sure that everybody knew that you can get accessible healthcare services no matter where you are, and no matter your background, and no matter how you identify as.
She did so with bridging that gap by giving to the Filipino community through Pistahan with mobile healthcare.
They wanted to find a way to provide dental care for people in needy areas in the Philippines, and I remember visiting with her, and she would always be like, oh, this van, like a van we saw, she'd be like, this is perfect for helping bring care to people who don't have access to it.
In addition to accessible healthcare, she was an advocate for knowing our Filipino culture, and she pushed many people that went through her way to know that there are so many amazing things that our Filipino community is doing.
She also was an advocate for getting Filipino history in the American history books, and she was able to do that, and it should be written into the history books within the next maybe 2 or 3 years.
She always tried to promote Pistahan wherever she went, and just proudly showed and proudly wore her Filipino culture on her chest, and the way she spoke about the Philippines and her culture everywhere she went, it was just really to inspire other people about Filipino culture.
So thank you, Al and the Pistahan team, for blessing Auntie with the opportunity to advocate for accessible healthcare for others.
Thank you so much, Jeanette's family. We miss you dearly. Well, that about wraps it up here today for the Jeanette Addy Health Pavilion. Thank you again so much for watching, and be sure to check out the website, and be sure to submit your thank you videos to our Filipino healthcare workers, pistahan.net/tribute. I want to thank you again. I'm Nick Rosario, your host for the Health Pavilion, and I'm going to hand it off to Fatima.
Thank you so much, Mick, and thank you to Rhea and the family, the Addy family, for that wonderful tribute, and the Health Pavilion. Y'all did an amazing job. All right, who loves basketball? Woo! You know, we have all our balls up in the air, but we are so excited to bring to you Miss Carolyn Sedeco to share with you the Sports Pavilion. And thank you once again to, of course, the Golden State Warriors for making the Sports Pavilion happen. Carolyn, are you ready? Let's go. Hey!
Sedeco, captain of the Sports Pavilion and founder of Coaching Kapwa Sports Consultants. We're honored to present Filipino basketball all around the world. Game ka na ba? Let us know you love Filipino basketball life by tagging Pistahan SF and Coaching Kapwa on all your socials. In the first half of today's game, the NBA's first Filipino American player, Raymond Townsend, chats with Warriors hype man Franco Finn. We hope you enjoy this segment.
Kumusta mga kababayans? Thank you so much for joining us here. This is going to be a very amazing discussion. We are so proud as Filipinos and Filipino Americans of our passion for sports. And one sport in particular is the game of basketball. And this is really Filipino basketball all over the world. This is our virtual pavilion. And what better way to have an intimate conversation and to really celebrate our beautiful Filipino culture and our diversity here with Pistahan in this pavilion is with none other than the man, the legend. I call him our godfather of basketball, Mr. Raymond Townsend. Thank you so much. So great to see you, my friend.
Thank you, Franco. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Carolyn.
What was it like getting drafted in '78 and you know, kind of going through that? And what was the time like for Filipinos growing up back then?
First of all, it was a tough struggle to accomplish the things that we did in basketball, because there were no other real Filipino role models in terms of, everybody had somebody to look up to. In fact, there wasn't that many Asian Americans, I don't believe, back in 1978. So there were some hurdles, some definite hurdles, in terms of Filipinos. They always, we were labeled, we were too small, weren't quick enough, weren't big enough. They always found some kind of reason why Filipinos would never make it. When I got to UCLA, I was one of 14 other All-Americans. In fact, Coach Wooden, when he recruited me, he actually told me, he said, Raymond, we want you, but I want you to understand. And he said, and mind you, I'm gonna recruit 14 other All-Americans during your 4 years. Are you okay with that? And I said, yeah. Yes, sir, bring them on. I don't think people understood the Filipino heart. It's a heart that is never gives up, always perseveres. The Filipino heart is one that believes all things are possible, and we overcome anything we have to do for our family, for the good of our family. So after UCLA, I honestly thought I was going to be with the LA Lakers, because Jerry West called me right before the draft. Wow. And said, Raymond, we're going to keep you in LA. We're taking you. And how do you feel about that? I said, man, I played at UCLA. And all of a sudden, 15 minutes after that phone call, Coach Adles calls me up and says, Raymond, we're bringing you back home. We have the pick before LA. We heard LA is going to take you, but they're not going to get to. We're going to bring you in.
You get the call from Golden State. You were a Warrior. You're in the NBA. Were you thinking at a young age then that you are a kind of a pioneer, like being the first Filipino, and right here in the Bay Area? How appropriate is that?
It was really tough, because I would tell people I'm Filipino, and I used to have a puñal, and I broke it in Spain, and they gave me this nose now, so I lost the only Filipino identity I had. But back in the day, I had a huge afro, and because everybody was black, and most of the players on our team were black, everybody assumed I was black. So even if I said I was Filipino, and I remember this article from Sports Illustrated came out, and it said the Golden State Warriors, one of the new teams with 11 black players, 1 white player, and an all black staff. And I remember Tom Abernathy, who's blonde hair, blue eyed, was sitting at the end of the bench. Mm-hmm. So I was one of those 11 that was sitting on that bench, and it didn't mention anything. And I even told them, no, I'm Filipino. And I think the reason basketball is so big out in the Philippines is it stretches way beyond economic borders. I remember when I went back to the Philippines, President Marcos brought me back there as the first Filipino, and I was like the Filipino male role model. And there was, I think, Ty Babylonia. Is that name familiar? The Filipino skater, ice skater.
Yeah, I've heard the name, yes.
She was brought over there with me. And one of the things we did, we went out to Taal, Batangas, where my family's from. And there were hoops inside of a jungle on dirt floors. Wow. Kids were playing in slippers and barefoot, Rarely did they have tennies, but the game was embraced in the jungle as well as in the city, in the gym as well as outdoors. So it became something that I think is a unifying factor for the Filipino culture. Filipino people love basketball.
And we were doing the first Filipino Heritage Nights way before anyone was doing it. I remember.
Exactly.
But you had a passion about it, and I was so impressed because you really wanted to bring basketball to the communities in the Philippines. He goes, I am working on this and that. Tell us a little bit about some of the projects, a handful of them that you want to do maybe, or some of the ones that you have done that you can and maybe inspire other people to maybe do something in the Philippines.
We're trying to work with NBA Asia and Tandaway Rum to put something together. And we were talking, our last conversation was we're going to do some camps and clinics, two in Manila, one in Baguio, one in Cebu, and then finish up in our hometown of Batangas City, in Taal, where my family's from. And it'll be like a 3-week tour. I really would love, Steph loves the Philippines. I'd love Steph to get involved and get over there, even if it's for one week, just something that, because the people love him. People love him all over the world, not just Filipinos, but the Filipino people have really embraced him, as a player, because he's not one of the biggest players in the league, but he's one of the most dominant players. So I think it gives a lot of the Filipino shooters hope that, eventually, and I think we're going to see a Filipino born NBA, because I know there's some things about, well, Jordan, you guys aren't born in the Philippines. So eventually I think you'll see Filipino born NBA players, and it'll happen quickly. I think you'll see in the next year or two. So what we're doing is we're going to make my original jersey, the Warrior jersey. When we go back over there, we're going to put a Filipino flag right here. And, just to represent that, yes, I carried the torch for 38 years and proudly.
Let's talk about, what Pistahan is about and what we're doing. We're talking about, renewing, recovering, and rising together. What are some of the things, just some questions about just being Filipino? What are some of the coolest things that you think about our culture and our people that you just love to talk about?
I believe that the Filipino heart is a serving heart. I mean, you talk about servants and people who go out of their way to make other people's lives bigger and better. People who are out there trying to impact others' lives for their benefit, for their best interest. That's the Filipino culture. And one of the things that I always felt, and when I not necessarily broke off, but I went into some other cities, I wanted to make sure that our pregame entertainment, our halftime entertainment, the national anthem, and our pregame meet and greet entertainment were all young Filipinos who were looking for exposure and an opportunity to show their amazing talent.
And you know what, this Filipino Heritage Night, talking about that, it has grown and evolved so much since those early plannings. When we say we go way back, we do go way back for the very first Filipino Heritage Nights when it was official. Right. Remember that?
Yes.
The Warriors. And now we have 2 nights.
Now we're just 2.
And we're so proud. It really is my two, like when we have those 2 nights, they're my favorite nights because our community comes together and we take over the entire stadium, from front, middle, and end.
Yes, for sure.
And what made me proud, especially being the hype man for the Warriors after 20 years now, was when I saw Steph, Draymond, and Clay. Do you remember when they had
when they wore their gear? That's
they wore
right.
It on national TV. Yeah. And I said, we made it. And Raymond, you were a big part of that sun that represents what you paved the way with and others. It's real.
And also, I'd like Carolyn to know, if there's anything I can ever do for Pistahan, let me know. I'll be at the forefront of whatever you'd like to do, Carolyn, because I believe in your mission, believe in everything you do for the world. So let me know how in any way I could ever help, Carolyn. You can count on me. And Franco, thank you so much for just always being so kind to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We are so proud. Raymond Townsend, first ever Filipino to be in the NBA and here with us at Pistahan. What a great conversation. If you want to find out more information about Pistahan and what we're doing to celebrate here virtually. Of course, you could always go to pistahan.net and catch this, of course, on YouTube, live and Facebook, and of course, Kumu as well. Let's renew, let's recover, and let's rise together. Raymond Townsend, it's been an honor and pleasure. My kababayans out there, let's do it. Let's make us proud, and let's keep on representing.
Thank you, Franco.
Welcome back. It's halftime. Are you inspired by Raymond Townsend's story? Let us know who you are by tagging us on all your baller skills videos. We want to amplify your love for basketball all over the world. Did you know that Franco Finn has been the Golden State Warriors hype man for 20 years? Happy 20th anniversary, Franco. Maraming salamat for always being down for community. Speaking of community, check out this team of experts talking on Filipino basketball culture and society. You've got a courtside seat now, so come into the huddle for our second half.
Hi everyone, I'm Siege Tantenko here in Manila.
My name is Constancio Realiza Arnaldo Jr.
My name's Reno Ursal.
I'm Rafe Bartholomew.
Here in the Philippines, we're right now at a moment of change. There's honestly still so much we need to do in terms of attaining, true equality for our female basketball players in a society, honestly, where women's basketball has been underfunded, underinvested, undercovered, underrepresented. We're still struggling because the pandemic has meant further cutting of budgets, even less opportunities to play, even less coverage for women's basketball. But there are two things that give me hope. So the first thing is that the pandemic has forced leagues and institutions to get creative. And this provides us with a roadmap of things we can do for women if we could only take the chance. And the second thing is that in recent years, with the accessibility of digital resources, more and more young Filipinos are becoming educated and empowered to speak out about gender equality and gender issues in sport.
I'm just going to talk about the local angle here in Mountain House. We're the only city that had the rims up in the playground. So the neighboring cities the kids would just drive over and hoop outdoors in Mountain House all the way into the night basketball, even when it got hot. They didn't take the hoops down. So that was huge for our kids. My son would run down there and play hoop, and he would hoop down there. Then as a high school, I'm the varsity coach for girls at Mountain House High School since the school opened in 14-15. And I did everything I could to hold workouts within the restrictions that I had to work within. I would mask it up, double layer mask, and I had my virtual computer up for those who could join us virtually. So I would have my computer up in the gym on the ball cage and having the computer go around with the ball cage as I instructed the kids.
We are everywhere. We are a global diasporic population, but we're global because the Philippines can't support its own citizens because of what the sociologist Robin Rodriguez says, the human labor for export. So if we think about basketball, basketball is still laboring. I mean, sometimes we played not to get paid, but I think about Rafe's book in terms of him talking about Filipino Americans going back to the Philippines, right? Mike Cortez, I actually knew the guy. So when I read about Mike Cortez going to the Philippines to play, I'm like, I've met that guy. And I didn't think about, that he's going to the Philippines to play ball, but also to get paid, right? And so I think that we have to think about the diaspora, the Philippine diaspora. We're everywhere, but we're also laboring and we work. And so even though basketball is seen as play, it's still a part of labor. So labor and play can't be untangled. And that goes back to US colonialism in the Philippines. Basketball was introduced by the Americans, right? Late 19th century, early 20th century. And I think about Manny Pacquiao. He's not the first. Like, there were boxers that went to Australia and the US to box in the early 20th century.
I think it's something where there are going to be those more opportunities to play college basketball, which lead to more opportunities to play professional basketball, whether it's back in the Philippines or somewhere else all over the world. And you just sort of see it growing incrementally year by year in a way that I think if you are, for a young person growing up, anywhere in the Philippine diaspora today, you have high hopes for your own basketball career. You really can push it to the max and go, be a trailblazer, do something that hasn't been done yet. And while there are people sort of knocking on the door of the NBA every year, it hasn't happened yet, but it probably will happen for a Kai Soto or whoever comes after Kai. And when that happens, it's going to inspire more people. And I think that it's something that we'll see continue to grow over the years.
Even in the UAAP, you're not making the same kind of money that your male counterparts are making. So in the Philippines, it's not like the US NCAA where you can't get sponsorships. Here you can get sponsorships. Athletes endorse everything from post-paid plans to sportswear. They get free sneakers. The college basketball players here, the men, have free sneakers delivered to their houses every month. Whereas the girls who I know, they had to fight for a sponsorship for a sports bra. So the level of investment is so different. And after college, you have the boys going on to play in the PBA, build the house for their family, rags to riches stories. The girls go get the corporate job. But what's exciting now is that the door is opening. So in the same way that 30 Ravenna is in Japan, right? Jack Animam went to Taiwan. She took a master's degree so that she can play for a university in Taiwan. They won, champions, undefeated, perfect season, right? And then she goes to America, and now she's trying to see how far she can get with that training. And with Jack doing that, the door opens for other girls.
Historically, I'm a girls basketball coach. I've coached a lot of Filipinas coming up in the youth travel ball league and through high school. And historically, they just stop either in 9th, 10th grade, or they may play up to senior year, but they don't consider college ball. Well, that's changed. Think of Kayla Padilla, Penn State, the De Jesus and Duke. They're D1 players playing significant time. And I talk to Coach Chris from Film Nation all the time that there's a pipeline of a pathway for female Phil-Am players in the States. And that's where I think the opening is through women's basketball for Filipino basketball. If you want to put that label, Filipino basketball, there is, I think, opportunity there for women to play in the college ranks, which is a pathway to get a college education.
To Reno's point, I did an interview, this is back when I was, doing dissertation research. And one of my participants, her pseudonym is Jenilyn. She's gonna be in my book, and she talks about wanting to be in the NBA, not the WNBA. She wanted to be the first woman to make the NBA. And so I think that speaks to the aspirations, the dreams, the passions, and the persistence to, she didn't make it to the NBA, but to think about how she wanted to be the first woman to make it to the NBA, speaks to her drive and her motivation to do that. Again, she didn't make it, but I was struck by the fact that she was nah, not the WNBA. I want to make it to the NBA. which was really fascinating for me as a researcher.
Then on a personal level, I'm just grateful to be here. Obviously, I am not Filipino like everyone else here. I came to the country at 23 years old with a research grant, not knowing hardly anything about it, and it changed my life in a million ways. And it's not just it hasn't just been about professional gain for me. I still every time I can go back, we'll go visit. I have my inaanak in Manila and friends and a community that means as much to me as any other community I've been a part of in my life. And it's an honor to be here today with all of you and to continue being a part of of this community and hopefully helping to to do anything I can to support from now until forever.
Wow. Sports talk like that is this Filipino basketball fans' biggest dream. So thank you, sports fans. If you want some post-game action, find us on our socials. Learn about what Siege, Constancio, Reno, and Rafe want you to do about your Pinay baller pride. The extended panel discussion and more Filipino basketball love is on our Pistahan website. So thank you, Pistahan and ballers everywhere. I'm Carolyn Sideco of Coaching Kapwa, sports consultants, and Kita Kits next year. Passing the ball back to you. Woo, Fatima.
Thank you so much, Caroline. That was a boom, slam, dunk. Shout out to Golden State Warriors. Thank you again for being an amazing sponsor to Pistahan. Thanks, Carolyn. All right, y'all, are you ready? Entertainment is here. So let's go ahead and begin with some amazing entertainment.
Sapat salamin kuso hatulo pangkatan kumagindana taman bila kabuntalan talangin Jabayan Intang biduli kukuri Sultana pasedom balabia simayon Ragia muda petalem dalamang Intang biduli kukuridi Intang biduli kukuridi Intang biduli lumilok si kukuridi biduliku kuriri intang biduliku kuriri intang biduli lumiluksiku kuriri.
Paheo we all know e hoki pahaka kahia kahalehu e kipa ho'ona hanea na nea mai ho I kau Paheo we all know e ho'oki pahaka kahia kahalehu e kipa ho'ona hanea na nea mai ho I kau na nea mai ho I kau Malalo o ka lau o ka haula Kahi I malua e awe E malu o lua I awe Na nea mai ho I kau Ke no o wela Malalo o ka lau o ka haula Kahi e malua e awe E malu o lua I awe E nani maho oli nau Kehi akula I ka papa he e nalu he e anala He e ana I ka pu e aune E one ka hulana no He nani maho oli nau Kehi akula I ka papa he e nalu he e anala He e ana I ka pu e aune E one ka hulana no Lua wika huna kai Kai e ka hili A peka e hukai kili kili hune A koni koni ka hili Hui koni a huma e ele Lua wika huna kai Kai e
dance company, their name actually means tribute and to give honor. So it was an honest honor to have them here to be able to showcase and start off our amazing entertainment stage. We also had a wonderful glimpse from Rahiti Polynesian Dance Troupe, which are directed by Remy Aranda and Jamie Aranda Candieta. They bring to you Rahiti, which is based out of South San Francisco, but they spread the joy of Polynesian and Tahitian culture all over the globe with their amazing dancers that celebrate culture that embraces the Tahiti, Ohana, and love. All right, up next, are you ready for the next performers? We have Little Manila Dance Collective. In 2018, they lost their creator, Dr. Don Buhalon Mabalon. But before they lost her, they gave a gift of the story of people in almost forgotten community to be responsible for and a legacy to live up to. In Dawn, in 2019 Little Manila Rising Community Showcase, they honor her life's work and the vision that she had for a renowned community. For this year's Pistahan, they offer you an opening performance of Karatong, inspired Ramon Ubusan folkloric group, performed by the adult and youth dancers with music by the American Center for the Philippine Arts. And of course, we wouldn't be amiss by also giving you a video from the Bell Middle School. Their Filipino language students from San Diego are going to be showcasing a multicultural dance night celebration that is going to be sharing you the culture from our youth. So without further ado, we look forward to you watching Little Manila Dance Collective as well as Filipino language students at Bell Middle School. Welcome back, everybody. Oh my gosh, they are such amazing performers, and we're so blessed to have them here for Pistahan 28. If you're not following already Pistahan SF, make sure you're doing so on all social media platforms. Tell your kababayans, your friends and family to make sure that they're supporting our Filipino community all over the globe. And this would be a miss if we weren't to say thank you again to APA Heritage Foundation for everything they've done to help make the entertainment platform possible. All right, y'all, we have some singing and dancing ready. You ready? Because we got Philippine born and raised Chriselle up on the platform to sing for you. This young lady is amazing, and she will blow your mind with her vocals. She's been singing since the age of 3, before she could even read and write. So you're definitely gonna enjoy her. And of course, we have to give a shout out to the other performer that's on the entertainment stage, Mr. Russell Reyes. Russell Reyes is a singer-songwriter based out of Chicago, and he is going to woo you. And all those gals out there, and honeys that you'd be jocking, check him out on social media. He's a cutie patootie, but I'm too old for him, so it's okay. I'm getting married, so it's fine. All right, with that being said, let's give a further ado to Chriselle and Russell Reyes.
Hi Pistahan, it's me Chriselle, and this is my original song called Overcome. I hope you guys like this.
The walls are crumbling, the skies are dim, hearts are pounding, no they won't stay still. Everyone is wondering, is the end that near? Times are changing, you're still stuck in between, faintly refusing to follow the stream. Would you rather stick to your own routine? Doesn't matter if you're weak, doesn't matter if you're strong. We're in the same battlefield, where anything could go wrong. No, there's no backing down from the giant or the storm. We will overcome. We will overcome. Hope is calling, begging to be found from the deep pits, breaking out. This is a sound we follow around. Doesn't matter if you're weak, doesn't matter if you're strong. We're in the same battlefield, where anything could go wrong. No, there's no backing down from the giant or the storm. We will overcome. We will overcome. Eyes up, stay sharp, gear up, take heart. Can't let this fight tear you apart until we reach the other side. Keep that fear out of sight. Oh, keep it out of sight. Oh, we will overcome. We will overcome. We will overcome.
hope you guys are encouraged by that song. Again, that was Overcome. Feel free to check it out on Spotify and on all other streaming platforms. And I do have a single coming out on August 20th. I hope you guys could watch out for that. Do follow me on all my social media accounts on Instagram, Facebook, on Kumu, and I'll see you guys there. Thank you again, Pistahan, for having me.
Hello everybody, my name is Russell Reyes and I am a singer-songwriter from Chicago, Illinois. Me and my good friend Justin Dela Cruz are going to be performing my upcoming single entitled Afraid, which was written, produced, and performed by myself and Moofs of Tarshi Records. It's going to be released on all streaming platforms on August 20th, so if you want to stay updated with myself and all of my future releases, go ahead and follow me on my Instagram at Russell Reyes Music. Thanks so much, and I hope you all enjoy.
Voice in my head says you're out of my league. I just freeze up when you're right in front of me. The truth is you're in reach, but I can't get no closer. I haven't shot my shot. I can pull the trigger, baby. I'm afraid to get too close. Baby, I'm afraid to let you in my heart. I'm afraid to fall in love again, 'cause I don't wanna lose myself. But the thought of you lingers in my brain. Communication is an issue. Why can't I sit proud aside and just tell you how I feel? I wanna speak with my words, so holding me back is an insecurity or something deeper mentally. My judgment is clouded, ain't no doubt about it. I'm not using my head. I've been hurt before. I don't wanna search no more. I ain't fine by myself. Don't need nobody else. No, baby, I'm afraid to get too close. Baby, I'm afraid to let you in my heart. I'm afraid to fall in love again, 'cause I don't wanna lose myself. But the thought of you goes in my brain. Baby, I'm afraid to let you in my heart. I'm afraid to fall in love again, 'cause I don't wanna lose myself. But the thought of you lingers in my brain.
What did you think about that performance? I personally loved Chriselle's because she's just adorable. But of course, I cannot say that Russell Reyes did not do an amazing job. Can you believe how much talent we have in the Filipino community? Tell us in social media. Go to Pistahan SF and tell us who was your favorite performer since we've been starting the entertainment. And also, please send out your shout outs and tell us how much you love Pistahan and how much you want to see more of us coming to you live virtually. All right, we got 2 amazing performers coming up for you. We have Kariktan Dance Company of Concord. This group has been around since 2004. And if you were watching the parade, you were very fortunate to be able to see them part of the docu-series of Behind the Parade. Yes, and check them out on kariktan.org to check out more performances. They have been supporting our community on so many different levels, and we're grateful to have them here again today. And of course, we have Lika, Filipino Folk Ensemble, here to share their representation of the beauty and culture of the Philippines. They have performed in over 11 international festivals, and Lika has actually been around since 1992 under the direction of Rudy Soriano, who just recently stepped down and passed the torch to the amazing Michael Palad and Paulino Tamayo. Actually, a little tidbit, one of our Pistahan volunteers is actually one of the dancers in Lika. So maybe if you get a chance, look for him in the video. Look on our site if you want to see a photo. I might post it on my social media. All right, guys, let's enjoy our culture. Let's embrace the music. Let's watch Kariktan and Lika. We're back. Rhea, I'm super excited. Do you know why?
Because we're going into our comedy jam.
Oh my gosh, we have a jam-packed comedy lineup for you. First off, we have the godfather of Bindle Stiff, based out of San Francisco. Do you know Bindle Stiff? Let me hear y'all. Yes. This group is legendary in making signature movement-making comedy skits, entertainment beyond measure. I remember in college last year.
So we're like college students. Yeah, we graduated together. Yeah, so I was probably not there. I don't know.
I was probably on the other side.
Well, no, I think it's because I was studying. That's why.
Yes, I was too.
What, studying guys or something?
All right. Well, we want to definitely bring Samson Manalo to the stage. But before we do, we have some shout-outs.
Yes, we do. So special shout out to Fort McKinley Restaurant here in the South Bay area for hosting this first ever comedy jam here at Pistahan.
And of course, we can't be amiss by saying, check out Pistahan SF and give a shout out to us and tell us how you love the show. And if you want your name called out later on tonight, make sure you say your name, where you're from, and
your best Filipino joke.
Oh gosh, do you have a Filipino joke for me?
Okay, I got you.
Okay,
I got you, girl.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I have to bear my...
Everybody on this, bear yourselves too, okay? Okay. Why can't a Filipina hold a man down?
I don't know, Rhea.
Because she doesn't know where her man goes. It's seasonal.
Bruh.
It's seasonal.
That was good. Seasonal mango, right? Is it Manila mango?
Or is it the Mexico mango?
Oh, that's a tough one. Is it a green mango?
Or is it the red mango?
Oh, I don't know.
I like the Filipino
I think
ones.
we better find him soon. But speaking of man, why don't we bring let's bring over Samson Manalo.
Let's go.
I got my mask on, and that's okay. I'll take it off. Yeah, we'll social distance. We're all practicing a social distance. All right. Let's hear it for the ladies. Right. Oh my gosh, Grace and of course Fatima. Fatima has so much energy, just unstoppable energy. Let's hear it for both of them. Come on. Yes, and that joke was very salty too, by the way. It's a sin. And Fatima has so much energy. She's like our very own Energizer Bunny. That's what I think it is. Did you kill Energizer Bunny and put it in your head there, your hair? He's wonderful. I was wearing the mask. We are all practicing safety here at our own little comedy club. Let's hear it. How you guys doing here? The live Pistahan Comedy Club. Filipinos actually, this is a good time for us because we actually love wearing our masks, right? Because it's the only time as adults that we can play beautiful eyes, beautiful, beautiful. And also, it's a good time, especially when you have that tita who always has a lot of laway coming out when she talks. Tita, can you put your mask back on? This is good. This is great to be here. Wonderful. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very excited to introduce this segment here. Are you all excited to laugh also? This is great. I hope you've been keeping safe. And actually, we've had a lot of time on our hands, right? Because of the pandemic, a lot of time at home. So I hope you guys have learned some new skills, been very constructive with your time, right? For me, I spent a lot of time looking at my genealogy. I did the whole, Ancestry.com, put my name in, traced my roots, and I found out my family goes all the way back, traced it to Lucky Chances. It's great, isn't it? Just wonderful. Yeah, we come from the tribe Paigao. Paigao, have you heard of that tribe? Apparently, I'm Chinese Filipino, so it's good. Yeah, you've been on Lucky Chances. You guys love Lucky Chances. One of my favorite places. Yes. Right, yes. Of course, some Filipinos look at me. I only go there for the food. Yes, right. Yeah. But I swear, all the gamblers I see there, they all look like our dads, right? It's like, Dad? Tatay, is that you? They do have good silogs though, so I gotta say, they have good silogs, right? Got a free plug for Lucky Chances. I've been trying to be constructive. Also, I started to do, I was on the internet a lot, which is kind of sad. That's how sad my life is. I'm just on the internet. And, because I started thinking about all these things when you're a kid, right? And adults tell you things, like superstitious things, right? You become an adult and you're like, is that true? So I would Google things like, don't cut your fingernails on Fridays, right? Right? Or don't take a shower on Sunday or something, right? Or don't sit too close to the TV or you'll be duling, right? That, right? Yeah, and then I looked at it and it's all true. I found out my Lola was a jerk. That's right. No, I love you, Lola. I'm only kidding. She's gonna kick me and accuse me of Asian hate. So sorry, Lola. I love you. I love you. Very happy to be here. Of course, the Pistahan is the 28th year. Let's hear it for Pistahan. Time to celebrate our Filipino pride. I told my nephew that, and he looked at me and he said, "Uncle, it is not Filipino. It's Philippine X. You gotta be more woke." That's what he told me. It's like, woke? What are you talking about, man? I'm about to turn 58. How can I be woke when I'm closer to stroke? I mean, really, And if you think about it, right, Philippine X, why X? Why are we choosing the letter X? I mean, there's other beautiful letters that we can use. I think, like for example, we can use Y, right? Yes, hey, I'm feeling kind of Filipini right now, just, right? It becomes an adverb and an adjective. Isn't that great? Yes? Yeah, right? Yes? That's my cue to make them laugh. We're trying to manufacture this artificial laugh. This is great. My nephew was trying to get me to be more woke about certain things too, and I started thinking, man, well then if we really want to be woke, right, then why are we calling ourselves Filipino? Because really Filipino comes from the Philippines, and Philippines was named by what? King Philip II, right? So if you think about it, if you want to be woke, you wouldn't use that. Right? Because we're named after some rich white guy, right? I mean, we might as well, I guess it could have been worse, right? I mean, we've been conquered by some guy named Tyler or something. Just we'll all be Tylerinos, yeah. Hey, what's up, Tylerino? Yeah, I got a headache, you want some Tylenol? All right, so you guys ready for some laughter, some real laughter? I'm here to usher it in. All right, we got some great, actually, I'm really excited. But first, before we get the laughter in, I got to bring the Energizer Bunny back too. Let's have Ray in it. Yes, right, all right. Yes.
I heavily promote doing your hair pink at least once in your lifetime. Oh, I forgot to take off my mask. It's okay.
It's okay.
Well, we wanted to, okay. All right, well, we wanted to do a quick shout out, actually. By the way, that was amazing, right? Yeah!
Is it time for mangoes? Mango? Oh, no.
Mangoes here. Okay, all right. We wanted to give a shout out to our social media team. So make sure you're still posting all of your names, where you're from, and your worst or best Filipino joke. I thought the mangoes was really good because, speaking of man, but we're whoa, man, right? Yeah. All right. We got our next acts. Yes, my friend. Yes. I got it for you, dude. All right. There you go.
We're ready to go.
Yep.
All right. One more time. Come on. The Energizer Bunnies. All right, so I'm very excited that this next performer here, it's on video, it's our next video. It's a very popular video. The next video is called Everybody's Favorite. It's from Everybody's Favorite Tita, the viral Tita Che. Let's hear it for Tita Che. Yes. Tita Che is played by Jeppy Paraiso of Virginia, from Virginia, on the other side. Jeppy now gained popularity online in 2017 for the video Filipino Titas at Thanksgiving Be Like, okay? And since then, then they have continued to showcase the Filipino culture and the Filipino American experience through the role as Tita Che. Jeppy continues to show his love for Filipino culture through his comedy, through his music, and through the influence on social media. He loves to be people's source of joy, laughter, and positivity. So take a look at this video from Tita Che. Yeah! Tita Che, everybody!
My God, is this pandemic ever going to end? You know, after this pandemic, I'm going to buy that bag I always wanted. You know, after this pandemic, I'm going to forgive more. You know that? I'm going to forgive myself more for lending money to that Tita Gloria. Che, you know, after this pandemic, I'm going to start my diet. Diet? You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to go back to the shopping malls. Shop till you drop. My gosh, you know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to go back to the Zumba class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to go back to the movie theater. My God, I cannot wait to talk back to the screen. You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to see my family regularly all the time, every day. Oh my God, always in my house, my God. You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to travel far and wide, from sea to shining sea. Look at me! I can be where I want to be, traveling. You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to go back to a concert. You know, that I want to watch that, the Megan Thee Stallion. I like her, you know, that body, yaddy, 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 yaddy. You know that? I like that. You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to go back to the casino. My God, I'm so excited. Honey, are you excited? Give me your wallet. You know, after this pandemic, I want to keep social distancing because, you know, sometimes there's people with the halitosis, you know. I cannot do that. My God, stay 6 feet away forever. My gosh. You know, after this pandemic, I cannot wait to go back to the salon, you know, that, and the spa. My God, to pamper myself from head to toe. I maybe even get a waxing. Hello, 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 everybody. It's everybody's favorite Tita, Tita Che. And oh my gosh, I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you to everybody in Pistahan for inviting me this year, this virtual parade and festival. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for next year because I know we will claim it. We will claim it today that next year we will be in person together enjoying this festival, you know, and I hope to be there too, okay? So I just want to greet everybody who's watching and everybody who organized this and put this together. Good job, my gosh. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope that everybody stays safe, stays happy, good vibes always, and I hope you guys enjoy this event. You know that? You know, I know that times may be still hard for some people, but you know, we have to have hope, we have to stick together, support each other, uplift each other, and be there for each other. You know that? Because we will get through this, you know? And you know, after all of this is done, we will all be renewed, recovered, and we will rise together and shine. And that is why I dedicate this next song to everybody. I hope you like it. Che? This song is dedicated to everybody. I hope you like it because I do. Che? There I was, alone in the shadows, couldn't find my way. Then you came in and brought along the sunshine, and now you're here to stay, 'cause you make me shine, shine like the stars in the heavens. Shine, shine, you keep me shining through. Shine, shine with a light that shining on, all because of you. It's all because of you, you know that? Check. Oh, so watch me glow. The light shines within me. People ask me why. Bakit why? And I just smile and tell them you're the reason I cast the darkness aside. 'Cause you make me shine, shine like the stars in the heavens. Shine, shine, you keep me shining through. Shine, shine with the light that you give, and it's true. I'm shining on, all because of you. Like a ray of light, cutting through the night, bright as the stars in the sky. See how I shine, shine with the stars in the heavens. Shine, shine, you keep me shining through. Shine, shine with the light that you give, and it's true. I'm shining on, all because of you. With the light that you give, and it's true. Yes, I'm shining on, all because of you. You make me shine. Thank you.
Man, keep it. Was that phenomenal? Tita Che, everybody. Tita Che. Tita Che. Tita Che, everybody, come on. That was produced using 20 tons of helium too, so let's hear it for Tita Che. God, that's great voice. I love the voice, Tita Che. Very entertaining. Oh man, we got more comedy for you. Are you all ready? Good. Okay, good. Just tell me if there's too much laway coming out. Our next comedian. Let me tell you, this guy is a pioneer and a superstar of Filipino American stand-up comedy. I know all of you. He's a household name. He's sold out comedy clubs all over the country, many countries actually. The Warfield. I was very fortunate enough to also go to school with him at San Francisco State University and watch him blossom into this. Yeah, the San Francisco State, right? Gators! Please put your hands in there. Keep it going for the superstar comedian himself, Mr. Rex Navarrete.
Hey, this is Rex Navarrete, and you're watching Pistahan San Francisco, the virtual edition 2021.
San Francisco. Oh my God. I love the fact that every Filipino dish has pork in it. Every Filipino dish has pork in it. Even the vegetarian dishes have pork. That's hard, right? That's like a contradiction in terms. Filipino vegetarian? No. Not here. Next galaxy. Move along, move along. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I took one of my buddies from college to a really cool Filipino restaurant here nearby, and he didn't tell me he became vegetarian. Like, dude, I'm taking you to a Filipino restaurant, and you didn't tell me you're a vegetarian. And I was trying to look for options in the menu, and before I can suggest something, homie is already talking to the waiter. Like, what? No. Excuse me. Yeah. I ordered this dish number 12. Yeah, it's supposed to be vegetarian, but when it arrived, there's pork on top. This is supposed to be vegetarian. What the hell, man? And the waiter was like, oh, like, man, old school Tito, right? I'm like, well, what is the problem? What is the problem? It's supposed to be vegetarian. But there's pork. That's vegetarian. The pig was vegetarian. No refund, no exchange. I just love Filipinos. We use every damn part of the pig. Hell yeah. We make sure that pig disappears. Oh my God. Every molecule of the pig will disappear. We don't waste any part of the pig. Oh my God. Oh, we'll start a whole meal with the pig inside. We go inside out. Like we got appetizers. We call it pulutan. That's right. Because which translates to pollution because it's bad for you. Because it'll be polluting your system. As you can tell, ever since I was born husky. That's right. HFL. Husky for life. This is the premier body type that is going to get you through the apocalypse. We got a lot of calories to burn. That's it, huh? 45 caliber, a lot of spam. That's all you need. But seriously, it was my job as a kid to carry the big bags of rice to the cars for the old manams, for the old ladies of the neighborhood, right? Because there might be a tip. Oh my God. Rex, you help her to the car. She needs her, you need to bring her rice to the car. There might be 25 cents. Oh my God, right? Hell yeah, late 70s, 25 cents. That shit went a long way. Oh my God, that went a long way, huh? But let me tell you right now, we didn't call it just rice. If you go to a Filipino grocery store, well, we got a word in Filipino for uncooked bags of rice. It's called bigas. Bigas. So I was the bigas boy. I was the big ass boy. I would just grab your big ass and bring your big ass to your car with a smile. Hell yeah. Remember this old lady came in like, ooh, oh, your big ass is heavy. Where's your car, manam? Where's your car? Where's your car? Oh, you're very strong. You are very strong. Oh, very husky, very strong. My car. 2 blocks. 2 blocks, follow me. Actual speed. I'm screwed. Oh my God, 2 blocks later, I don't see no red Corolla. There's no red Corolla parked anywhere 2 blocks. Yeah, I'm just being a gentleman. Manam, you said your car is here. It's 2 blocks. Where's your car? Your big ass is hurting my face. It's hurting my face. Where's your car? Where's your car, manam? Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Oh, I'm forgetful. Oh, my car. 2 more block. 2 more block. I promise. 2 more block. Follow me. 2 more blocks. 4 blocks in total. 4 blocks in total. Oh my God. At the 4th block, he said, forget it, this joke ain't funny anymore. I'm not laughing inside anymore. Man, 4 blocks, I still don't see your Corolla. Where's your, I'm gonna drop your big ass. You said 2 blocks ago, then we're gonna find your car, and there's no car. And then you made me walk 2 more blocks, and I still can't find your car. Where's your car? Where's your car? This is 50 pounds. I'm 6 years old. 50 pounds. 6 years old. Where's your car? Ay nako, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. There's my car. Parked in the driveway of my house. I hope she's dead. I mean, really. Is that too soon? Too soon? Too soon? I hope she's dead. No, the least.
Oh my goodness, was that hilarious or what? Rex still has it, the legendary Rex Navarrete, everybody. Live at Capo Gardens, by the way, in Soma, Pilipinas. Check it out if you ever get a chance. One more time, Rex Navarrete, the legend himself. Hey, this has been so much fun. I swear, just hanging out with everybody here this afternoon. If you're kind of wondering, we're still doing stuff at Bindlesliff Studios, so go check them out on their website. Also, the TNT Tricycle guys, you know, Paolo Ascension and Mike Arcega, they have a great project going on at the St. Joseph's Art Society. Check that out too. Just hashtag TNT Tricycle, okay? And check that out. Tongue in a Mood for the fans out there. That's one of my groups. Yes, yes. We wrote a book. And what's going to be happening is we're doing a launch on October 17th at St. Joseph's Art Society. So check that out. Mark your calendars in time for Filipino American History and Heritage Month. Thank you again for coming out. Now I'm just going to throw it out to my colleagues as Mango, right? Let's hear it one more time for the ladies.
Thank you so much. Fatima. Samson, you're the best. Oh gosh, but I just wanted to give a shout out to my Rhea Sunshine.
Oh my
You
goodness.
see that back there?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So many men goes to my DMs and tell me that joke, or tell me that pickup line all the time. But yeah, you're like so special to me. So it's like so nice.
I love you, my dear.
I wouldn't wanna do this
All right.
without you.
Well, if you enjoyed us today, don't forget to check out
Hello Rhea Energy tomorrow. I'll be hosting. And no, she's holding my mic for me, but then I'm gonna drop it tomorrow.
Boom! What?
So it's going to be amazing. We have an amazing lineup for you guys, so you don't want to miss it, especially with the TFC showcase.
Yay! And of course, shout out to Kumu. They're gonna announce the winners tomorrow, right?
Yes, we had a U.S. live stream challenge last night, and it was so successful. Many U.S. live streamers came through and celebrated Pistahan, so that was amazing.
Yay!
Our heritage and our culture.
Represent. All right. Speaking of representing, we'd like to kick it over to our social media team. Hey, social. Woo! It's okay. Don't trip. Don't trip. I will for you. Okay. All right, Kikani. This is Kikani, one of our legendary Pistahan babies. Yes, she is. Men don't go near her, okay? No man goes away, right? Just kidding. Okay. Oh, man come. Oh,
her dad's hella laughing in the background, so please, and he's gonna get it. So.
All right, Kikani, come on, tell us, how has social media been for the festival for day one?
Well, we've seen all of your comments in our chat on Facebook and Kumu and YouTube, and we want to give some special shout outs and a reminder to keep commenting tomorrow if you want to be shouted out. So shout out to Lynn Buti watching from Lake Cebu in the Philippines and William Lee from Concord, California. Keep sending your jokes and your comments and we'll shout you out tomorrow.
Yay, did you have a joke for us?
No.
Oh, well, you know what I was going to say. After today, I had so much exercise.
What?
Exercise. Really just, oh, I thought you meant extra rice. Wah, wah. Okay, thank you. All right, with that being said, day one Pistahan is officially closed. Keep a lookout at Pistahan SF